Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Super excited to see you here, and a lot of folks we know are on summer break, so if you're glad to see some folks in the crowd joining us, and hopefully those folks that are out there watching as well. You know, it's a great honor today to invite one of our teachers to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today, and that is Chief Warrant Officer Phil Ayala. Can you please lead us in the pledge, and also thank you for your service.
Good evening. Go ahead and face the flag. Military members can salute. Non-military, please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Dr. White.
No, thank you. And if I didn't mention, he's also a teacher in our district. So gotta love both of those things. Thank you for serving our country as well and for leading our meeting. All right, we'll move on to our approval of the agenda, 1.3.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Are there any items to pull?
Dr. White, I do have an item.
Yes, sir.
Item 10.3 we will remove and bring back during our next board meeting. There's some information there that we need to include. 10.3.
All righty, are there any other items to discuss or pull? Okay. And
We'll do that later to pull when we do
okay.
consent items.
On consent? Okay,
Yeah.
on consent. Very good. All righty, well, if there's no discussion, let's go ahead and vote on the agenda as amended. All right, agenda carries as amended, and I apologize, I did not mention that Ms. Ceballos is en route right now. She did let us know that she's running a little bit late, stuck in traffic, so. All right, 1.4, inspirational message, Mr. Danny Tillman, Vice President Tillman.
Thank you, President Dr. Scott White. I appreciate that. First, I want to just start off by saying just a good feeling in the district. I know we're about ready to embark on a new school year, so I am excited about that. I want to make a statement, and part of the statement is extremely negative, but I want to say in terms of inspiration, to demonstrate the type of strength you have to have as elected officials because of some of the stuff that we go through. On June 24th, there was an article published in a paper, and usually I wouldn't address this, but they told blatant lies against me, but worse than that, they told a lie about my wife. So I just want this to be on record of me setting the record straight. When I was a kid growing up, I remember my grandmother seeing me sad one day, and she said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Well, someone told this lie on me, and they said something bad about me." And my grandmother looked at me with disdain and said, "Little Dan," that's what she called me. "They talked about Jesus. What do you think they're going to say about you?" Which meant that because my grandma was very religious, and in our religion, Jesus was the only man that walked the earth that was perfect, but people still said negative things about him. So you should expect that people are going to say bad things about you. And as a politician, that's even more so. I understand that. But when it gets blatant and impacts, I think, the work that we do, then I just want today's meeting to be a place where somebody can say, go to July 19th board meeting, and Danny Tillman said what part of that article wasn't true. And my wife, Tracy Tillman, they mentioned her by name, worked for the Center for Youth and Community Development and the Girls and Boys Club San Bernardino from 2018 to 2019. While she worked there, I abstained and walked out the room whenever a vote came up on that item. That's the total story. So there is no, there wouldn't have been a story pertaining to, in this article, the outgoing San Bernardino School District Superintendent's audit caught board member Tillman's conflict. While Mr. Irvin was superintendent, there never was a conflict. My wife was not working at the Center for Youth and Community Development. So the whole 4 pages of the story make no sense because there was not a conflict. So just so everyone makes it clear, my wife, and the article says here, Tillman's wife, Tracy Tillman, is the Chief Financial Officer for the Center for Youth and Community Development. She is not. She's not. She worked there from 2018 to 2019. So there couldn't be anything involved when Mr. Irvin was here, and that's what the article is about. What I think is scary to me is the article quoted. It says here that the report brought up that San Bernardino Unified School District staff has relayed to Greater Gains that the marriage between board member Tillman and CFO Tracy Tillman may have ended. I love my wife. It was the happiest day of my life to marry her, and we are still married. But the crazy persons writing this article wanted so bad to find anything, they were willing to even say I wasn't married to my wife. And then said that the district staff said it. Now, I couldn't imagine there being any district staff that would make up that lie. But to have people bend over and go to those extents to try to discredit my reputation is sad. And I'll only talk about this because I've had people approach me and say, I've always looked at you in high regard and know how much you cherish your reputation. I never thought you would do something like this. And I didn't. So I just want to make that clear. Now, and I do want to say, I do and have supported the center. Mr. Majati there, when I had my Black Future Leaders Program, we take students to the Black College Expo. He brought 6 black men to the bus at this parking lot to go to the Black College Expo. To some people, that's no big deal. But for him to take the time and have a program that emphasized and instructed young black men of the importance of dressing with a shirt and a tie, that's a big deal to me. And those students went to the Black College Expo and they received scholarships. I've walked into the center when they had meetings with groups to reduce the violence in San Bernardino. He had no fear about meeting with the right people to make that happen. And I want to tell a story to the board that we all are familiar with. Before the school year last year started, we all got an email from a parent from Pacuma. And the parent had a concern that she couldn't get her child into the CAPS program because they told her CAPS was full. And she said that because of that, she was going to pull her child from our school district and have them go to a private school because it was cheaper for her to have her kid attend a private school than it was to go to our school and have to pay for childcare. So I called the parent, and the parent told me explained the story to me, and she said that we had a district administrator that called her and told her that the board is a bureaucracy that does things that doesn't always benefit the students and the staff. And I told her that was the further thing from the truth about this board. This person was new to the district, but I told her that. And after talking to her, I said to her on the phone call, I think we can make sure that your child's able to have CAPS at his school, because I knew we had just received a lot of additional money. And I know my board, and I know if I present that to them, they were going to support that. So I hung up the phone. Mr. Majati was the program that was actually doing CAPS at Pacuma. And I asked him, I got a call from a parent, and she's saying that you guys don't have room for her child at the CAPS program. And he said, Danny, your district told us reduce the capacity for CAPS from 300 to 100 because of funding. So I knew then that we hadn't given the new information about funding to the district. So after he told me that, I asked him if we had the funding, could you expand? He said, sure, if you guys give us the funding, we could eliminate the wait list completely. And then I made a phone call, and the district was able to eliminate the wait list at Pacuma because the Center for Youth and Community Development was able to expand their program. So that's the reality of it. And I say that also as a character witness to the program. Because we're going to have an item on here later about the CAPS program, and the Center for Youth and Community Development is not on there. But if the people who and I want to say mean people who helped write this article were also involved in the process of the RFP, then our district has a problem. And I will say this, I brought it up to district staff and I was told, well, we're only gonna do what's best for kids. If what's best for kids is telling lies about me and my wife, and I'm supposed to accept that as part of the process, I will not. And I will always fight for what's right in this district. And this only inspires me to do the right thing. For someone to go to this extent to write an article in a paper with blatant lies, it only inspires me to continue the work that I've done and to commend our board and our district staff for moving forward on doing the positive things in the districts that I highlighted tonight. I hope that we continue to do those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman, and I will just add that I know when I first came on the board, one of the immediate actions we took as a board was to eliminate the wait list for CAPS. And so we should never have a waiting list for CAPS at any school for any student. We know the money's there. We dedicated the money there on a yearly basis, not just the extra funds we received right now, but on a yearly basis going on 6 years now. We've been working to eliminate that waiting list, so I support that there should be no students on a waiting list at any time for CAPS at any school. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, President Wyatt and Vice President Tillman. This board has always supported our families and our children, and I'm so happy that we're able to even provide, morning and afternoon. I saw that on our agenda today. And we have the funds to do it, and it supports it. I also want to state that, Mr. Tillman, I've served with you for 14 years. And you have been nothing but upright. You've never deviated from your principles. You're honest, the most honest person I know. And you are direct, and you will tell it like it is. And I appreciate you setting the record straight. And it was important to set the record straight because my grandma always said, and my dad, la mentira dura hasta que la verdad llega. The lie lasts until the truth arrives, and the truth always arrives, más tarde que pronto, later than sooner. And so today you have clarified with the truth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Going to be really quick, only because I went to the conference and it actually addressed this. And so there's actually a website in the government that is MDM, which is, it's on CISA.gov, and it's regarding misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And so misinformation is false, but not created or shared with the intention to causing harm. Disinformation is deliberately creating or to mislead, harm, and manipulate a person, social group, organization, or country. And then malinformation is based on a fact, but used out of the context to mislead, harm, and manipulate. And so I think that, and I believe I mentioned this before, and I'm glad you spoke up today, that we have a lot of disinformation going around, and I'm glad you were able to clarify your point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. We will move on to 2.0 public comments. 2.1 receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. At this time, we are still accepting comments via Zoom, and a registration form is required and available for 24 hours prior to all scheduled Board of Education meetings and close at 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. In-person public comments will be taken first. Participants speaking via Zoom are reminded that any inappropriate language or images will forfeit their registration. They will immediately be removed from the meeting. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will provide no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. And our first public comment today will be, he's already been up here, but Chief Warrant Officer Ayala, come on up again.
All right, let's see if I get my nerves under control this time. Greetings and good evening, board members of the San Bernardino City Unified School District, and parents and teachers and staff and superintendents that are here with us today. I want to introduce myself and tell you that my name is Chief Warrant Officer Ayala. I am a teacher, most recently at the Virtual Academy in our awesome district, teaching middle school and high school students about potential military and public service careers. I've been at the district since 2004 when I was first recruited by the school district to work in the Cadet Corps program. I initiated multiple Cadet Corps units, one at Shannon Hills Middle School, one at Pacific High School, and rebuilt the Cajon High School Cadet program. For the past 10 years before the Virtual Academy, I was coordinating Sierra High School's military enlistment preparation program. But tonight, I wanted to share with you another awesome program that's in our community, in our district, that has been supported by the district for the past 7 years. In 2014, I founded the Military Explorers Program Post 3. We are a Boy Scouts of America exploring program chartered by the Redlands office, and we are actually an official 501c3 nonprofit organization. And thanks to CAPS director, some of you might know Mr. Dennis Foreman, now recently retired, he was a great supporter of our program while I was at Sierra High School for the past 10 years. I also want to acknowledge a former administrator, Dr. Rose Marmantre, before she left us as a principal at Sierra High School. She was another amazing administrator that was great in supporting the program and our kids. During my service at Sierra High School, many students asked me about after-school programs because at a continuation high school, there really wasn't many options for them to get involved. And they were a little bit disappointed that they couldn't do some of the things that some of the other students were doing in our district. So with that sort of push, I founded the Military Explorers Program. And since then, we have grown to 2 active units, one here in San Bernardino and also one in my hometown of San Jacinto. In your folders, hopefully you're going to get them past you in a while, you're going to get a chance to see some of the things we've done, our website, and also some of the names of some of our students in San Bernardino, where they have graduated from and what they are doing now in their military service careers. In 2016, when my daughter was graduating from high school, she had been a student at a local charter school which didn't have a military program, and that's what prompted me to start the San Jacinto unit. Obviously, with the COVID setback, things took a hit for us, but because of my dedicated explorers that are part of this program, we still continue to have virtual meetings. For the entire almost 2 years, we were on lockdown at home. I worked with our previous superintendent, Dr. Marsden, who shared the same aspirations as I did, the Cradle to Career program in our district, and helped promote our students to be awesome, successful leaders, whether or not they decide to join the military, just basically thinking about public service down the road, which is all what we're doing here today. Being a teacher in the district these past 2 decades, I have been honored to be working with some amazing students in our district, administrators, staff, and especially our parents. But I think we can do more for our students. I am here seeking the district's support to help grow the program and make this more available to more of our students in our district, from elementary school through middle school and all the way through post-high school and high school. I present to you today, just like we have a Police Explorers program that is sponsored by our school district. I want everyone in the district to know, and the school board to know, that my life has been about service. In 2020, I was also elected to my city council as a council member for the city of San Jacinto, currently serving as a mayor pro tem for the city. And this is my way that I teach my students to be able to give back to my community, give back to their community, because I think it's important that we're able to encourage our students to not only go out, do some awesome things, grow their careers, grow their personal lives, and then come back and rebuild our cities, our towns, and their actual areas that brought them up. I want to thank you very much for your time. Hopefully you're getting a chance to get those folders so you get a chance to learn a little bit more about us. And I think we're going to have a couple of additional speakers that are working as my advisors, my volunteer advisors, and they're going to speak to you a little bit about what they've experienced as being part of this program and how it has helped them become the people that they are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our next public comment, it looks like it's Simeon Miller. I apologize if I have that wrong. Come on up. Or is it Simon? I apologize.
Simeon.
Simeon. Okay, I got it right then. Good.
Yep.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board, President Wyatt. Thank you for accepting my request to speak today as an alumni of San Gregorio High School's class of 2017. In fact, Ms. Rosales Medina's son was one of my classmates. Right now, I'd like to talk to all of you about my belief in the importance of providing further opportunities for students in this district that will allow them to become both productive members of our society and leaders within an increasingly competitive and globalized age, which I am concerned that we do not have enough of across the board in many areas. I firmly believe that the Military Explorers of the IE is indeed one of those opportunities. As an alumni and advisor within this program, I can say that I am still benefiting from my previous participation in it as a cadet when I was at San G, and in many more ways than I could have ever imagined. I may not be able to list all of those rewards, but I'd like to give you a list of some of the things I've done since promoting from being a cadet. Since my participation in this program, I developed a strong sense of self-confidence, leadership, global citizenship, and more importantly, a strong commitment to public service, which is something we need more of at such a critical juncture in time in our country. This commitment to public service led me to serve as an undergraduate researcher at the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at CSUSB, where I assisted in the production of research on anti-Asian hate crimes that was widely cited by members of Congress on both sides of the aisle and led to the passage of the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act that was signed by President Biden last year. Moreover, I also participated in the U.S. State Department's Virtual Student Federal Service program, where I was able to work closely with current U.S. diplomats to advance U.S. foreign policy abroad. And I'm very proud of that. As a result, after some time between attending Chaffey College and then moving on to CSUSB, I would graduate this year cum laude with a BA in Political Science, a minor in Islamic and Middle Eastern Studies, a certificate in International Relations, and be honored as the 2022 Social and Behavioral Sciences Outstanding Undergraduate Student during our commencement. And since then, I have also been accepted to participate in the Master of Arts in Social Sciences and Globalization program at CSUSB. So I'm definitely a Coyote through and through. None of this, however, would have happened without the Explorers and the support and mentorship as it has provided me and to so many other middle school and high school students throughout the Inland Empire. I would not be teaching youth in our community about the importance to be engaged and attentive to U.S. foreign policy as it affects them in their daily lives. And that is what we need. We need programs to encourage students to be engaged, to step up, because that is what we need in this age where things are changing. And that is what I'm asking this board to do tonight. Support the creation of opportunities for our students and make them competitive at a time when globalization is more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and I just want to say that courage comes in many forms, and you just demonstrated that. We do have a question for you, it looks like, though, so don't run off yet. And no, come on back. No apology necessary. Usually when we have questions, because you garnered interest when you say that. Dr. Flores.
I actually want to commend you, and also Mr. Ayala, because you are our future, and those are some of the issues that are pressing: climate and globalization. And we need strong leaders that are grounded, and not only grounded in their values, but are courageous. And you strike me as a very courageous young man. Am I true? Is that correct?
I would say so. I
Yeah,
mean,
okay. And so
being with also my involvement with Malta UN, I understand the importance of working on issues of peace, security, and sustainable development.
right, yeah. So those are all, important issues. And how do you profess? What would you recommend to us to continue the building of giving opportunities to our students?
As a former student of the district, as I stated before, and someone who has associations with the district, because I have my girlfriend's brother is actually going to start at San G as well. I'm very excited for him to do so. I think one of the things we need to do is think outside the box on what we can provide. You know, maybe not all things have to happen within the district. The Explorers, for example, is something that did not technically start within the district. So working more within the community on this issue, and that is why I think it's so important to work closely with Chief Ayala and me and my other colleague who will be speaking with you shortly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again. All right, our next public comment, looks like Kayla Kelly. Tongue twister there. Come on up.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak today. I'm very nervous, as you guys can see. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, I'm very nervous. I am a military explorer. I've been a military explorer since I was 15 years old. I am currently now 19 and a mother and a graduate of Cone High School. I attend Valley College. My major is business and my minor is cyber. With this program, it actually helped me become more dominant as an African American woman, actually. I was very quiet at certain points, but now I'm a major in military explorers and rising up in the rank and everything. It actually helped me realize, and become way more mature than I was before. And I do appreciate that with the program. I'm a medic certified. I've been in the fields with camping and things like that. So I really appreciate being able to come out because I have a very strict mom. So she doesn't let me do anything. But Military Explorers was one of those programs that really helped me, especially Cadet Corps, where I needed that determination and that basically just that, not dominance, but being able to have that, I can't find the word.
Confidence.
Yeah, confidence and when not stern, but have that. Yeah, I can't find the word right now. But that yeah. So being in the Military Explorers really helped me with that, and I've been in Cadet Corps for about 8 years almost. I've been in Cadet Corps almost 8 years, and same with Military Explorers. So I really feel like that would help the kids now, especially with the people that inspired me for a lot. Like Mr. Tillman inspired me a lot with the BFL, the Black student, the leaders. And I went, and I really enjoyed it. I've never been to an African American museum, and I really enjoyed it. Also today, I met someone who was very inspirational, Miss Rodriguez. I've never met her before, and today she just really inspired me to really push my program that I have for the kids and make a difference like everybody else has. Also, including Mr. Ayala helped me, and I do want to be a provider that way to help other kids as well. So I want to make a difference in San Bernardino, especially for my daughter. So I want to create the future in a way better way than it is now. Thank you, guys.
All right, Ms. Kelly, Vice President Tillman has a question or comment, hopefully question.
What grade were you in BFL?
BFL, I was 12th grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Ms. Carson, we'll be proud of you, and I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And for those of the folks out there that don't know what BFL is, just so we can,
Black Future
Educator.
Leaders. It's
Black
called
Fu-
Black Future Leaders.
all right, thank you
And
for that.
we took, we take students who have a 3.0 going from 8th grade to 9th grade, and they go to Cal State San Bernardino and stay in their dorms for 2 nights to give them the college exposure.
Thank you, and it looks like we have one more green light. You see the green lights, stick around, all
okay.
right? So,
Okay, sorry.
we have Dr. Flores.
Kayla, I just want to commend you for your commanding presence and your courage and just, your dedication to be of service to our community. And that's what it takes. All of us, serving each other and for the better, for the better of everyone. And so best of luck. And I don't know if we can help you in any way, but just reach out if you need to. And we're here for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, look up there. One more green light. We got
Sorry.
Miss
One more.
Ceballos.
Like,
Yep.
Not a question. Just also want to say, very proud of you for coming up here. It's pretty nerve-wracking, especially if it's, your first or second time. Heck, I even get nervous sometimes being up here. So, but I want to commend you. I heard you're a mom. Just wanted to share with you, I was a mom too at 18, 19, so right around the same age.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad to hear that you're in Valley because that's where I started and just kind of, moved my way through it. And so, I'm really glad to see when young mothers are still, going back to school and being able to move forward regardless. So there's a lot of opportunities there. There's a lot of great programs. Hit me up, I can share with you some of the ones that I used. But congratulations. Thank you.
thank you, guys.
All right, we don't normally do this, but we're coming back around to Dr. Flores, it looks like. Miss Kaylee.
I just want to
Sorry.
commend Chief Ayala.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for being of service, also for being a teacher in our district. There's a lot of you, I know, that help in our district, but it's nice to get to know you. And I thank you for coming forward to, educating us on all the different programs and the possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And, I want to say, this is proud board member opportunity right now. This is great seeing our students, but we're not done yet. I think we have some more students that are going to be coming up here in a little bit. So I want to save my compliments to all of them when they're all done. Our next public speaker is Angel Orozco. Come on up, Angel. I have to say, I'm really impressed when we have more student and former student public comments than we have from our adults. So this is pretty impressive, actually, very impressive. I would have never done this at your age, just so you know. So you're very brave. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Angel Roscoe, and I'm an incoming senior at San Antonio High School, and I'm a youth leader with ICUC. As part of our Student for Wellness Center campaign, we continue to push for the implementation of wellness centers at our school campuses. Last school year, we surveyed 300 students in the district. Our results show that 81% of the 300 students surveyed rated the current mental health services they received as below average. And 84% of students also rated their experiences with SBCUSD's mental health services as below average. This data simply confirms our ongoing narrative. Research shows that more than 1/3 of high school students struggle with poor mental health during 2021, which is a sad reality we have continued to push through during the COVID pandemic. As a solution to this ongoing problem, a report by the California Mental Health Resource Oversight and Accountability Commission has called for the implementation of wellness centers for students, which is to say, this is a solution to help address and advocate for student mental health that is being lifted at the state level. We have seen a push for wellness centers in our district throughout California. In the Coachella Valley Unified School District, ICUC advocacy led to the opening of wellness centers at middle schools and high schools earlier this year. Here we have seen movement in the administration. We believe that Sierra High School serves as a prime example of how wellness centers should look and operate as they get developed in other schools in the district. While we are thankful for the SBCUSD is continuing to move forward with the vision that the Student and Wellness and Support Services Department has developed for the 2024-2025 school year. We urge the district to recognize that students need these resources now, that the implementation of these services is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco. And our next public comment looks like Leonardo Peñaloso. Oh, I'm Ms. Ceballos. Mr. Tillman wasn't notifying me over there. That's his job. Ms. Ceballos. Sorry, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you. So again, first of all, thank you for coming, right, and for being brave and courageous. But I wanted to get a little bit more information. You mentioned a survey that you did. You said it was during distance learning?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay. And then how many students were surveyed?
300 students.
300.
Yes.
Okay. And then who took it, or who was all surveyed?
It was primarily mostly high school students from San Antonio High School, Pacific High School, basically almost every high school in the district, except I believe Sierra High School and San Andreas. Yes. Oh, and Indian Springs. Yeah.
In Indian Springs.
Yes.
And not to put you on the spot, but was there a reason why those three weren't surveyed?
Primarily because we don't have a strong connection to those high schools. So like our survey didn't reach those students.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Biles, thank you, Mr. Orozco. And again, we'll call up Leonardo Peñaloso. Hopefully I got that right. If not, go ahead and pronounce it for me.
Yes, it's Leonardo Peñalosa. Peñalosa?
Peñalosa.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, board. It is nice to see you. My name is Leonardo Peñalosa, as previously mentioned, and I am a current student at San Bernardino High School, as well as a youth leader with ICUC. As we have advocated for the creation of wellness centers, we have continuously pushed for the allocation of funding from certain pockets of money the school district receives. Since 2020, we have pushed for the allocation of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding towards bringing facilities on our campuses up to code, as the first step towards creation of wellness centers. We know that SBCUSD receives $332 million in federal dollars for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding. As of May 31st, 2022, the district has expended only $113.5 million of it, leaving $218.6 million still left unspent. Because ESSER funding may be used to fund expenses such as providing mental health services and supports, along with one-time capital expenditures such as construction of facilities, we know that this funding could be used to develop the wellness centers at each high school. The school district has until September 30th of 2022 to use ESSER 2 funding and until September 30th of 2024 to use ESSER 3 funding. Yet, this doesn't fall in line with SBCUSD vision to start implementing wellness centers during the 24-25 school year. If the school district truly cares about prioritizing the emotional and mental well-being of its students, you would show this in the prioritization of SBCUSD's budget allocation. With so much over in ESSER funds, why has SBCUSD pushed back on using this funding towards wellness centers? We also know that $32 million in LCFF carryover funds, that there is $32 million in LCFF carryover funds, and that there are other unallocated funds SBCUSD could potentially invest in wellness centers. Yet, the narrative we are continuously given is that investing in the development of wellness centers is impossible. The reality is that SBCUSD would figure out the funding if they truly believed that student mental health is a priority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leonardo. All righty, our next public comment speaker is Lupe Dolan. Come on up. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lupe Dolan. I'm sadly an incoming senior at Pacific High School and a youth leader with ICUC. We have been told time and time again that the school district values student input, yet every time we have presented informed suggestions to the school board, our solutions have been disregarded as unachievable and unrealistic. Despite SBCUSD's efforts in involving students and families as stakeholders through the LCAP meetings, the input we've given on those calls about the importance of wellness centers hasn't actually translated to the development of the LCAP budget. This means that SBCUSD is failing to follow through on the California Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission's call to have students and families engaged at all levels of decision making. We've continued to advocate for the implementation of wellness centers at every level of district engagement we've had access to as students, but it seems like our efforts aren't translating over to the actions SBCUSD is actually taking. Research shows that youth involvement in mental health programming leads to actual higher quality and more responsive services. Wherever we have managed to have a seat at the table, such as our involvement in the Swiss Department Survey table development has only happened because we pushed for it. We are thankful for the Swiss department's involvement in centering our expertise as students, but we have rarely experienced this treatment in other areas of the school district. We once again pushed for the creation of wellness centers at our Students for Wellness Center event held on April 30th. We also came to the school board meeting held on June 7th to reiterate the importance of allocating funding towards the wellness centers for the 2022 to 2023 school year. We are once again asking SBCUSD to allocate the remaining $218.6 million in ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding and the $32 million in LCFF carryover funding towards constructing wellness centers at all schools in the district, with the long-term goal of maintaining a fully operational wellness center at each school site. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. And I do apologize. I looked down. Next thing I know, I have lights on, so I don't know if we had questions, if they were for Leonardo or are they for Lupe?
Lupe.
For Lupe?
Yeah, for Lupe.
Okay, okay. All right, so we'll start with Vice President Tillman, and we'll work our way back, I think, to Dr. Daddy Rogers, Dr. Flores, and then me.
Yes, I don't want to elaborate too much because it's not agendized out. This is public comments, but I do expect the district to be a lot more collaborative and moving forward than we have been in the past. And I am going to ask at board comments that we have an agenda to actually be precise about how we're going to spend that money. And I think wellness centers will be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank all of you. I wanted to wait until I heard from you all, and I applaud your advocacy. We've done it via Zoom, we've done it in person, and you guys are still going, and that is what it's all about. So I want to commend you. You may not know it or may know it. If you looked at the agenda, we've finally got to a place where we can look at our top 10 priorities, which comes from your input and then us coming together to see what we realistically can do. So tonight, we actually have a discussion on our top 10, and guess what's at the top of the list? Wellness, right? And so we are going to engage in that conversation, and as was said prior, we'll probably be able to set some priorities. I have a note full of questions that we need to understand the funding, what we can and cannot do. So hopefully if you guys go home a little earlier, you'll be able to reflect back on that discussion and then still give us some information. But I personally want to tell you guys from your input, this is, you know, mental health is always on my radar every day. This is the work that I do. But because it's constantly being raised and voices like yours are given to us, and it's always, you know, something we want to share with those that can do something about it. Week before last, I had the opportunity to speak to Assemblymember Ramos as well as Speaker Rendon about the importance of wellness and what we needed. It was like a wish list conversation about school districts and the voices. So I just want you all to know that your voice was carried even that far. And if you haven't engaged Assemblymember Ramos, he's really doing a fantastic job around understanding this mental health concern so that he can take it even further. And there's designated funding so we don't have to keep begging and asking and twisting and turning and doing the things that we have to do to try to make it happen, because I suspect there's a huge dollar amount to try to do it throughout the district. I don't know, but we're going to talk about that tonight. But thank you guys again, and know that your voice has carried forward, even beyond us locally. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Dr. Flores?
I want to commend you again for your perseverance and for not giving up on us, and for your research and your due diligence in conducting surveys to get data. And that's what we need, is the data. I would prefer that you all will discuss it. I know I can't bring it up right now, but we need your voices at the table when these decisions are being made. And you should know that our 10 top priorities, the first one, as Dr. Dowdy said, is the wellness centers. That's number one for our top 10. And I had the privilege to have a tour of the our Sierra High School Wellness and Health Center. I was so amazed, and there were kids using it and so forth, and I was really impressed because their expansion is going to include family mental health and health as well. And so it's just not the mental health, it's also, I mean, you guys can get dental, can get physicals, eye, vision, and it's a turnaround, right at your schools. So our challenge is how do we plan it out? How do we incrementally, all the different things that we have to do that. But just want to commend you for your perseverance. And hopefully when you guys are older and finish college, you come back and run for school board. Okay? Gracias.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. I don't know about that last recommendation, but that'll be on you if you decide to. No, just myself, my colleagues here have said a lot of what I'd like to say. First of all, I use the word relentless pursuit that you have had in regards to your passion and for us to increase our services for our social emotional learning, wellness, and mental health. And, we've been I'm excited about tonight as well. Dr. Daddy Rogers talking a little bit about, we're going to be talking a lot about this. And so I don't expect you to stay all night because that could be a long time. But, what I would ask you to do is take a look at this presentation. And I don't know if we have copies of it back there. And if we do, I would ask you to take some copies of this with you. Look specifically at goal number 3. And it really talks a lot about what you're presenting on tonight. And then also our board top 10, just so you can see the work the district has done and our goal of what we're working towards. Because, your efforts, I don't want you to think they're going on unheard ears, because they're not. We're listening to you. We're implementing your ideas. But please take a look at this, and you'll see a lot of the work that's happening and going to happen here in the district. So, again, thank you for being here. Ms. Rosales Medina.
It is back there, and I definitely would like for you to read it. That way you're getting updates as well. And then if you're not able to see it here, go on live on YouTube, and that way you can keep up to date with that. And just so you know, it says here, wellness mental health centers at secondary schools, wellness Zen centers, Zen gardens at all sites. So these are just some of the questions we're asking. So I know it may be frustrating it's taking so long. It has taken so long, but the reality is now we're at a time where we have the funding that we can definitely to try to move something forward. So I appreciate your perseverance in this and really commend you really educating us as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again to the 3 of you. We appreciate you being here. Well, 4. 3 spoke, but all 4 of you. All right. Our next public comment is Ms. Negretti. Welcome, Ms. Negretti.
Good evening, Board. I see on today's agenda it has several contracts for renewal. Some of these contracts are for the organizations that had possible conflicts of interest or provided no measurable academic support for students or did not serve many students to equal the amount of the contract. You pushed Superintendent Doc Irvin into an early retirement from this district due to the CAPS audit. Many of you were unhappy that your friends' contracts would come to an end, or that those who are using the facilities for profit would have to do things by the book. On the last 2 occasions, one of you appeared to be disclosing confidential or privileged information, but to date, no investigation or charges have been filed. I do hope that Mr. Irvin takes legal action for that. Another board member hid behind a passive word salad to make it sound as if the push to allow organizations to use the school district facilities is for the passion of helping San Bernardino students. And welcome a call to the FBI, as well as many of you know, the FBI isn't as dedicated at investigations as much as the IRS or other entities. For being a board who speaks about transparency, you sure aren't doing much to support it. You had the opportunity to renew the contract for the firm, which was auditing the CAPS vendors, but you opted not to continue with their services. You rushed the investigation, and today you have before you their contracts, as if you don't know who is the director of CYDC, or how many of you are longtime friends with the director of Power, or friends with the director of ACOMA. Did none of you read the recommendations of the former CAPS director, Dennis Warman? Or is that why he is now a former employee? Because he wasn't supposed to make honest recommendations. Did any of you read the CAPS governance report or the extended learning program report? Or perhaps some of you did, and that is what led to Barbara Flores to add the expense of the LRR attorneys. I did see those fees. Those are paid by taxpayers. By contracting the attorney, she increased their bill. I don't know if that is the norm. Do you all have access to the school attorneys? Is that the board policy that any of you can use their services, but when it comes to voting for independent audits, the cost is too much? The downfall of your decision is that our children will not get to reap the benefits of the academic plan that Superintendent Irwin was proposing. And for what? So the saturation of nepotism and cronyism can continue? For years, the school board has worked under the understanding of scratching each other's backs. You support the organizations of each other's friends, and in return, your friends will walk for you, your friends will knock on doors, and they will help you get reelected. And it had been an expectation of an automatic renewal without accountability, without any proof that children are actually improving academically, that qualified individuals are rendering the services as outlined in those contracts. To add insult to the disservice caused by your actions, most of you believe that having the assistant superintendent serve in a rotation as a superintendent, it's something great. When it was shared that most of them, with the exception of Mr. Sullins, are a product of San Bernardino or have been in the district for many years, to make that appear to be a beneficial quality to serve as superintendent. That is not something that would benefit the children enrolled in the school district, but it's certainly a quality to maintain the same old nepotism and cronyism that passing and approving anything that you and your friends' organization wants. You certainly are not representing the best interest of students. If you were, you would have given Superintendent Irwin the support to implement the academic plan he proposed. You would also have agendized the repeated requests by parents to have a forum regarding the adverse reactions of the COVID vaccine, which are now available in the documents that were released. Your decisions should support and represent all students. Yet your decisions and implementation of policies continue to be one-sided, and not just for one side of students, it also has to be for the staff. You continue to support the weekly testing of unvaccinated staff, while the information backed by the science has proved that the vaccinated and boosted, triple, quadruple, stuple boosted, can carry COVID and spread it and don't have to test unless they want to. As the new school year begins, I hope that you will not approve the contracts before you that were found to be or have conflict in decisions that lack the enrollment or were found in conflict.
Time.
And you will file all proper agencies to initiate investigations that have been disclosed through those reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grady, and it looks like Ms. Rosales Medina may have a question for you.
It's more of a concern, and that's fine. So I've never seen this report that you're speaking of. And so the fact that I'm kind of concerned that how did you get that information that I was not even able to, I have not seen. So
I don't know why you're worried about how I got it. You should have asked for it.
No,
but today's decision will decide who and against who I file with. Trust me.
Thorough investigation. No, I agree. And you'll most likely find, and they'll find nothing, but that's okay. But I do want to just make sure the district,
I understand, but we shouldn't engage in conversation on this
roll the
topic
dice
or
if you
with
think
a-
I have found nothing.
I know
Roll the
it's public
dice.
comment, and she has a right to public comment. Thank you, Ms. Negretti. All right, Ms. Cunningham, is that it for public comments? Any virtual comments?
Yes, we have 3 virtual comments. The
All
first
righty.
one is Kate Walford. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Walford, if you're here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kate Walford, and I represent Public Advocates, a civil rights organization. We partner with and support Inland Congregations United for Change and are here to support ICUC's request for allocating funding towards school-based wellness centers. It is well established that we're facing a student mental health crisis, which has only been further aggravated by the pandemic. According to the CDC, more than 1 in 3 high school students in the United States experienced poor mental health in 2021, with even higher rates for LGBTQIA youth. According to another May 2022 study by the National Center for Education Statistics, 70% of public schools have reported an increase in the percentage of their students who are seeking mental health care services at school, and 76% have reported an increase in staff voicing concerns about their students' mental health. Despite the continued advocacy from the community, as you heard here tonight from ICUC Youth, the district has consistently claimed that it has not been able to identify funding to construct and implement wellness centers. However, there are currently several funding sources that the district could use to invest in constructing and implementing school-based wellness centers now, and we urge the district to use these sources for this purpose. First, unallocated ESSER funding is a critical opportunity for the district to invest in these imminently needed wellness center facilities for youth. As of the May 31st board meeting, the district has expended only $113.5 million of these funds, leaving $218.6 million unspent. Under the provisions of the American Rescue Plan and Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Acts, all of this ESSER funding may be used to fund one-time expenses, and it may also be used for capital expenditures, such as the construction of facilities. The existence of these significant one-time funds that must be spent within the next 2 years and may be used on construction of facilities is the perfect opportunity to build these school-based wellness centers that students urgently need and have been requesting for years. The district also received $21.8 million in concentration add-on funding to increase staffing for 22-23. However, the 22-23 LCAP only allocates $19.8 million for this purpose. That's under Goal 1, Action 10, leaving $2 million in concentration add-on funds unallocated. This $2 million is another opportunity to fund wellness center staffing at schools beginning this year in 22-23. Additionally, the district also has $32 million in unspent LCFF carryover funding from last year, which many of you agreed to commit to wellness center implementation, but which is not reflected in the adopted version of the LCAP for 22-23. Lastly, due to the state budget surplus, the governor's May revised budget indicates a significant increase in LCFF funds to be allocated to school districts. It does not appear that the district has included these additional funds in the 22-23 LCAP. This unallocated funding is yet another opportunity to fund wellness centers by amending the LCAP and budget to include funding for the construction of wellness centers on all campuses. The San Bernardino community has been advocating for the creation of these school-based wellness centers for years to meet the urgent need for student mental health care. We urge you to respond to this advocacy and commit to allocating the funding we have identified for the construction of wellness center facilities, moving towards the long-term goal of fully operational wellness centers at every school site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolford. All right, next public comment, Ms. Cunningham.
Our next comment is from Victor Lund. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Victor Leung, and I am the Director of Education Equity for the ACLU of Southern California. I am providing public comment to stand with Inland Congregation United for Change, or ICUC, and all of the students and community members who are requesting wellness centers in San Bernardino City Unified. As we all know, our youth are facing unprecedented mental health challenges as we slowly recover from the pandemic. Study after study show that they are facing higher rates of depression, trauma, stress, anxiety, and even suicidal thoughts. Most students don't have access to mental health services to address these needs outside of schools, so it is critical that the district invest in supports and interventions for its students in school. Students cannot recover from the pandemic, let alone graduate and thrive without these critical services. As community members have long advocated for, school-based wellness centers are the most effective way for the district to provide those services. A report by the California Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission, a state agency, has called for students to implement wellness centers during the pandemic. The commission described how such centers could address young people's trauma and mental and physical needs by offering psychological services, basic medical care, and other critical resources. Research also shows that school health programs and school connectedness had a positive effect on academic performance, and school mental health services are linked to many positive outcomes in alignment with this district's LCAP goals, including increased academic performance and school engagement. Many school districts have already successfully implemented school-based wellness centers across the state. For example, San Francisco Unified provides wellness centers that address trauma, immigration stress, poverty and family dysfunction. Placer County created 5 school-based wellness centers that supplement existing school-based mental health professionals with additional school social workers and family, youth, and community liaisons. Dublin High School in Alameda County hosts a wellness center that offers mental health services from school counselors and provides a home for student-run organizations where teenagers can talk candidly with their peers about their emotional pain. In nearby Coachella Valley, as our student leaders mentioned earlier tonight, community advocacy resulted in the district opening wellness centers at middle schools and high schools in spring of 2022. Here in San Bernardino City Unified, Sierra High School has already established a school-based wellness center. Sierra High School provides a great example that the district can learn from in expanding similar wellness centers to middle and high schools all across the district. And importantly, as Kate mentioned, the district has received a large influx of funding in the past several years and even in the current school year, and so it has the funding available to fund wellness centers right now. Specifically, it has $218 million in federal COVID relief funds that are not spent yet, in addition to $32 million in LCFF carryover funds. Just a fraction of those dollars will be enough to fund a wellness center at each school. The San Bernardino City community has been calling for the district to implement wellness centers for more than a decade. Our students need them more than ever. Please commit to funding the construction and implementation of wellness centers at all San Bernardino City Unified Schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leung. All right, next public comment, Ms. Cunningham.
And our last speaker is Mia Cooper. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Cooper.
Good evening, board and cabinet members.
Good evening.
I'm here tonight to say thank you to Ms. Rodriguez, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Lundin, special ed team for putting on the Work Academy celebration last month. It was an honor, and I needed to say thank you for it. The kids really did appreciate it, and to see the kids come together and talk about what they're going to do upon graduation. A lot of them are going to Valley, and a lot of them are on the dean's list. And what for some board members who may not know what the Work Academy is, it was some of our special ed students who was transitioning out of high school, going to Valley, and they had some extra support. And there were some things that they had to apply to and follow some very strict, I would say very strict rules, but it was some very good ones. But they all are making hope happen for our community and for our school district. And I just felt they needed to be honored tonight. And also the ones that have made it happen, for them to be honored as well, because we really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and definitely thank you for the appreciation of such a great program. All right, Ms. Cunningham, I believe that was it.
That's all.
All right, thank you, folks, for your public comments. We'll move on to 3.0, closed session. 3.1, closed session, public comments. Are there any public comments?
No comments.
All righty, we will adjourn to closed session. 3.2.
honestly.
All right, folks, we're going to reconvene from closed session. Go on with 4.0, report, action reported from closed session. 4.1, approval of coordinator multilingual programs. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee. Victor Portillo, Coordinator, Multilingual Programs, effective date, work year, and SAR to be determined. Funding source 261 at 80% and funding source 419 at 20%. Oh, I thought we needed a motion, didn't we? I thought we needed a motion in a second. That's what I was waiting on. Help me if I'm wrong.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Ms. Ceballos? No, I didn't, actually. I was looking down, but I didn't hear it clearly. My apologies.
So we're moving to appoint or to move on with the process for Mr. Portillo, right?
Well, we need a motion to approve,
moved.
then a second, and then a discussion and a vote. So it's moved by Ms. Ceballos. Is there a second? I'll second, just to move it forward. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion does not carry. 2 yeas, 3 nays, 1 not present to vote. We will move on to 4.2, approval of high school vice principal for Cajon High School.
So moved.
Second.
All right, be it resolved, the Board of Education approves appointment of the following employees: Elizabeth Ontiveros Hernandez, high school vice principal, Cajon, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding source 035. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Congratulations to, let me make sure I get her name, Elizabeth Ontiveros Hernandez, our new high school vice principal at Cajon High School. We'll move on. Is she here? Just to make sure. All righty, thank you. 4.3, be it resolved, the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number, it shouldn't be just a number, but SS-21/22-02 in the amount of $35,000, $35,700. Board of Education authorizes purchasing director to sign all related documents.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Dr. Rogers, I don't have yours yet.
All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 4.4. Students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of corrections.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 4.5. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves the following student was recommended for expulsion, but expulsion was deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and/or the availability of other means of corrections in compliance with Education Code 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 4.6. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Diego Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 4.7, other closed session action. There is no other action. Moving on to 5.0, reports by union organizations. 5.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. All right, no report on 5.1. 5.2, California School Employees Association. There is a report.
You're on mute. You're muted.
How about now?
There we go.
Oh, great. Good evening. How's everybody doing?
Doing great, thank you.
Bring your volume down just
a little bit. Yeah, a little bit loud.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Haven't seen y'all for about a month. So
Right,
just a
right.
real quick update. It's been pretty quiet on our end. We are back in negotiations with the district. Last time we had meetings about that was in May. So we're excited to get started and get back on track and hopefully be able to finish sooner than last year. Also, we wanted to give a huge shout out to payroll. If you guys didn't hear, they took on the huge task of getting all of us our retro certificated, classified everybody on the 15th, and they did it, and everyone's super happy. Thank you so much for like the summer bonus. Besides that, obviously thanking everyone at the warehouse for all of their hard work because they've been working through the hot weather and everything. So we definitely appreciate them for getting things delivered and taking care of everything that's going on to keep our sites running, along with the M&O department as well. Besides that, we're pretty quiet, just getting ready for the school year to start.
All righty, we're looking forward to it as well. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a nice evening.
Take care. Thank you very much. All right, 5.3, Communication Workers of America. No report. 5.4, San Diego School Police Officers Association. No report. Very good. 6.0, reports and presentations. 6.1, 2022-2023 district goals and presentations. And board, really looking forward to this presentation. I know there's been a lot of questions about what are our goals, what is our plan, what are we doing? Well, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to staff and give us a nice look at what we're doing for next coming year.
Thank you, Dr. White, and good evening to the board, Board Vice President Mr. Tillman, board members. As we move closer to the start of the new school year and as we move through this transition in leadership, we would like to provide the board and the public with an overview of our goals for the 2022-23 school year. We understand with some of the transition, there's uncertainty, but we wanted to provide information to demonstrate that the work continues and we're focused and committed as a leadership team as well as a district on continuing to move that work forward. together. So next slide, please. So with this, we'll take a moment to review our objectives for this evening. Building from much of the work from last year, Cabinet's put together a plan to continue to move forward and discussing how that plan will intersect with the board's top 10 that we'll discuss in this presentation, but also is moving forward for approval by the board later on in the agenda. Also recognizing the ongoing needs of our students, we'll discuss the plan for providing additional supports for our school sites. And then lastly, we'll review our key metrics that we're focusing on to improve student outcomes and measure our performance. Next slide. So over the last few months, the board has worked to identify and prioritize their top 10 priorities, which the board will take action on a little later on in the agenda. We can see from this list of priorities that the board is focused on literacy, particularly early literacy, biliteracy, and financial literacy programs, providing more support to school sites, college and career readiness, health and wellness, and academic success. So as the team discusses the goals and priorities for the coming year, we'll identify the areas that will intersect with the board's top 10 priorities. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Anna Applegate, who will discuss our first goal, and she will be coming to us virtually. Ms. Applegate?
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. And yes, board, we're excited to bring our goals back to you. And just as a reminder, if you can remember, we had 5 overarching goals. They were academic achievement, college and career success, social emotional learning, and family engagement, and finally, health and safety. Those goals remain the same because those were goals that were crafted with all of our different teachers, parents, administrators. Many of our different people in our organization helped us to craft the goals, so we are moving forward with these goals. The first one, academic achievement. We are really going to strengthen the district's teaching and learning culture by delivering targeted professional development for administrators, certificated and classified staff, and we're really focusing on reading, mathematics, and language development. And in order to do that, we want to make sure that our curriculum is aligned and it has a strong data literacy piece. As you know, we are really concerned with early literacy and recapturing some of the learning that our students had that have last couple of years has gone by. And we are very concerned making sure that our youngest readers are the ones that are able to capture some of that learning. And with that, we want to implement the universal design for learning, which is very inclusive, and it will make sure that all of our kids' needs are met. We are doing universal access in small groups, so we're making sure that they're getting intervention wherever they need it. And we're implementing the multi-tiered system of support, which includes 3 different tiers of support for all students. And then we know that through Hattie's work, collective teacher efficacy is one of the highest, most impactful things that we can do to increase student achievement. So we are going to continue with our teacher leadership teams. We're going to continue with our teacher advisory councils, making sure that we have our educators at the table, really giving us feedback and working with us as partners. And through all of this, we want to continue with our professional learning communities because we know that working collaboratively with all of our different partners is hugely important. And you can see here the intersection with the board top 10 that we are going to be addressing with academic achievement. Early literacy, as you can see, A through G, which continues to be a huge priority for our board and for us as well. And biliteracy, that's been mentioned quite a bit. We will continue to work on biliteracy and expanding those programs. And then also our grading policy, addressing our Ds and Fs and making sure that we are working with our educators on grading as well. Next slide. Our second goal, we are going to continue with all of the work for college and career that Dr. Escobar has been doing with the team. Dr. Sudha Venkatesan is still heading up the college and career team as she has been for this past year. And she will continue to strengthen the college and career readiness for all of our students by ensuring access rigorous and relevant course content and cutting edge career pathway opportunities. We plan to expand all of that and continue. So we are going to continue with our pilot, our college and career success plan. We're going to continue with providing languages other than English. Board, you did hear and you approved our foreign language FTE so that we can continue to give some more offerings there. And we are developing a board policy, as you well know. We had brought it to you and we are still working on it through the policy committee so that we can bring that back to the board. We're going to expand our dual enrollment. I know that that's increased quite a bit, and expand our pathways. Again, we're going to continue with some different approaches and strategies in our grading policy. And I know, Board, you have asked for financial literacy quite a bit, and we are going to be expanding that. It's currently being offered at 2 high schools. And so we are working to have an A through G course approved class and also expand it to many more high schools as well. And you can see also the intersection here with the board's top 10. You've also asked about cybersecurity and game design pathways, so we are working on that. I mentioned financial literacy. We continue with A through G. We know that that's a huge objective for us. Dual enrollment, and then the reduction of D's and F's, which we've been talking about as well. And Board, you will be hearing a little bit later also about how we are really shifting the central support that we had discussed earlier into more site-based support. So you will get some more information about that and how we'll be accomplishing all of this by assisting our schools. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez, I believe, for the third goal.
Thank you, Mrs. Applegate. As we heard from our students today, we know they're crying out for additional services around wellness. And when we think about wellness, we think about social emotional learning. And many people, and this is more for our viewing audience, social emotional learning is very complex, but it deals with students' self-awareness of emotions, their strengths, how to set goals for themselves, how to manage themselves, and how they interact with others. And so we want to make sure that SEL, as we term it, is embedded in our district curriculum in the first teaching. So as you look at our overarching goal, we will strengthen the district's social, emotional, and wellness culture to create enabling conditions that support the whole child's engagement and fosters a growth mindset. We know that students have undergone a horrendous pandemic over the last 2 years and have experienced much loss. And so we want to make sure that our students we know who they are, being resilient and working to grow their mindset. And how we're going to do that is to continue to develop the capacity of our staff with providing more professional development, working stronger and more aligned with our Ed Services team to embed SEL strategies into the Tier 1 programming in how teachers teach. Building our climate and culture, as well as making sure that students have the interventions that they need to be successful through our MTSS system of supports. We also are looking at providing additional supports to our teachers and staff around building trust, managing stress, equity and belonging, and resilience and efficacy. It's important that our staffs are also trained and also are aware of their own social emotional needs as they work to bring out the best in our students. The second objective is to develop students' SEL capacity, and we heard today that student voice is hugely important, and we agree. And so we want to be able to build opportunities for our students to engage more by being very deliberate in providing direct instruction of SEL curriculum by our teachers. Utilizing SEL-aligned bully prevention through all of our counselors. We want to make sure that our kids feel safe and heard and valued and feel that they belong in our schools. That sense of belonging is huge. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, the strength that we have in collaborating with Ed Services to ensure that we have integration of SEL in our academic lessons through instructional practices and content. So for example, compare and contrast, having an argument, persuasive points of view, looking at characters and development and what are the things that they bring. So those are all very important, as well as goal setting for our students. As how it intersects with the board's top 10, we heard very loudly from our students about wellness centers. And I want to make sure that we're very clear. The district is in favor of wellness centers as well as wellness programming. All of our students have access to many wellness programs that are being provided at Sierra High School. Those programs are also provided at every school in our district. They just don't necessarily have a place, but the services are being provided. Next slide, please. Our fourth goal is family engagement. And we know that students need to have that support system. And we hear from our community and from our parents the importance that we engage them, not as just the courtesy nod, but really authentically engage in partnering with us to be able to bring out the best in their child, as well as looking at how we can support the family in making sure that they have healthy relationships between adults and students, or their children, as well as adult to adult. That family efficacy is very important. We need to be able to strengthen our home and school connection. So some of our objectives for family engagement is last year we came up with a 3-year plan. This year we're going to be implementing that plan. We're going to continue to develop structures for effective family engagement. We actually have our back to school extravaganza meeting with over 1,500 families, providing services to not only the students but to the families. That's only one example of what those structures look like. And we want to continue to develop and implement a system for identifying and training parents. You will hear later on the district's plan to hire additional parents who will work in our schools to be that parent liaison, that parent connection, to again build trust, have faith, and be able to continue to partner in a strong way. And we know that when families are strong and students have places at home to do their homework, when we have environments in homes that really promote literacy and promote excellence, it's going to affect every aspect of that student's life. And so when we look at the intersection of family engagement to the board top 10, it literally hits every single one of them. We need our parents to be able to support and be aware of the different initiatives, be aware of the graduation requirements, as well as the opportunities for dual enrollment, and also understand the value of biliteracy. And so we're very excited to be able to, looking at family engagement, to be able to meet the board's top 10 utilizing our families. Next slide, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Precy.
Thank you. Actually, before I go into that, I'm going to go off script and just say, kudos to Chief Warrant Officer Ayala and that program that he provided in his students. It's outstanding. I used to be a part of Sea Cadets when I was in middle and high school. We used to do our drills over on Norton Air Force Base on the tarmac. And, being a part of that organization, provide clarity, direction, and discipline to a youth that definitely needed it, myself. So awesome job to him and his team. But for the health and safety. So thank you for opportunity to share the health and safety goals. And over the last 2 years and in our preparation for this school year, we've continued to adjust, pivot, and work through all the changes in guidance and regulations when it comes with COVID. We've done this with the focus of providing healthy, clean, and safe schools for our students, which is critical in their educational success. And we will also work to ensure that we improve the physical appearance of our schools, increasing pride and promoting positive behaviors with our students and staff. As you know, we've talked about this earlier in the year, but we've embarked on a district-wide custodial initiative which will standardize custodial practices, establish uniform expectations, and provides for a consistent delivery of service levels for all facilities. This initiative will improve the quality of training, support, and will afford the district the ability to move resources as the school site's needs arise. As also just a few weeks ago, we had all site custodians participating in training seminars at Bingwang as an example of what this initiative is doing for the school district. But over at Bingwang Elementary, in cooperation with the school site administration, Emino held training sessions in 2 different wings of classrooms in multiple subjects, and our custodians were able to move from one classroom to another, determining based off of what their individual needs were and what they're looking for training on. And we covered topics such as chemicals, dilution ratio, 5-star criteria, vacuum cleaner maintenance, top to bottom cleaning, proper restroom and classroom cleaning, as well as many other topics. In addition to the training, we've also completed a custodial handbook, which will be a quick reference guide for custodial staff relating to technical applications, custodial skills, quality standards, and safety protocols. This is actually a really good document, and it was also created in collaboration with our custodians and our union partnership. So we got the impacted parties and the folks that will be performing the work involved in the process of creating that standardized custodial handbook. In order to improve our maintenance and asset management of our schools, we've also implemented the 5-star inspection process. We've performed over 200 inspections since implementing that process, and this is providing us, now we have our benchmark year. Now we're going to be able to monitor the performance of our quality of oversight, training, support, and equipment, just to make sure that we have consistency in our deliverables. This process will ensure our schools are continually improving and will be performed 3 times a year so we can track the site's progress, learn where there are opportunities to improve our support, build on successes, but most importantly, and this is really the focus of what we're trying to accomplish, recognize the achievements. We've also implemented effective health and safety programs that are aligned with the ever-changing, evolving guidance and requirements. The district will continue to share this information through multiple communication platforms, and our safety department will continue to work closely with our counterparts in the County and State Department of Public Health and Office of Emergency Services. Through these initiatives, we will strengthen our operational and communication systems to provide a safer, healthier, and more welcoming educational learning environment for our students and staff. I'll turn it over to Dr. Funches.
Thank you, Mr. Precy. First, I wanted to start by thanking the board for their guidance and direction with the top 10, much appreciated, and your confidence in this staff for moving forward with innovative strategies to continue properly educating our scholars. And as we work on these strategies and these overarching goals, we can't forget about the people that we're going to need to make sure that these things come to fruition and are done well. And it is our goal in human resources, in collaboration with the Personnel Commission, to build an empowered workforce for this community. And as you all know, San Bernardino City Unified Community is a very unique community that is in need of people that are service-minded, committed to San Bernardino City, and have a sense of purpose. And so what we're working on right now to make sure that that happens is a recruitment and retention system that values inclusivity and diversity, what our board values as well, and a clearly articulated professional growth system or professional growth system, so that when our educators and our employees enter the district, they know what their growth points are or where they can head in their career. That's a part of retention. And expanded high quality training, including coaching and mentoring, which we were just awarded for, but expanding that to our classified employees as well. And also progressive intervention systems that provide support to our employees from day one. And some of the positions that we'll be working towards bringing to our sites for direct support, as you know, board, our attendance assistants will help continue our efforts to get our scholars into school and stay there, working with our families. Our parent volunteer workers under the leadership of Dr. Rodriguez and her team, looking at bringing parent volunteer workers to all of our school sites. Our MTSS resource teachers to make sure that they coordinate site level access to tiered supports for all of our scholars to meet their needs. Additional counselors to meet the socio-emotional needs and positive behavior supports for our scholars at our large elementary schools. Bringing back elementary vice principals at some of our highest need schools so that we can have a pathway into leadership, so that strong leadership is continued to be a focus here in our district. Health aides as well for our specialized schools like Sierra, San Andreas, Anderson, and Harmon for that continued health and wellness piece. Linked learning program specialists, as you know, college and career, as you know, CTE, as you know, career pathways is very important to you, board, important to us as well, and HR. Foreign language teachers at both middle and high school, hats off to our multilingual department, partnering with HR over the years to bring more in for the A through G completion and requirements so our scholars can head off to college. And then finally, intervention staffing for our focus schools in collaboration with the Personnel Commission, instructional aides, EA3s, and then HR resident guest educators to provide that extra layer of support for those scholars needing those tiered interventions. And so HR working collaboratively with all other divisions so that we have coherence and moving forward with these goals, board, that we know that are important to you. And I'll hand it over to, I believe, Mrs. Applegate.
We have actually Dr. Cleveland who will be presenting
Gotcha.
her message. Thank you.
Good evening, board, cabinet. What you see before you is what we are proposing as our key performance indicators. The KPIs that you see before you represent what we will see on the California School Dashboard and our local indicators, which are based on our district-wide assessment system. Within the California School Dashboard, our KPI culture perspective that previous covered this evening. These will include our scholar ELA, CASP, Smarter Balance, our 3.
You're breaking up. You might want to turn your video off.
Freezing.
Michelle, turn your video off so we can hear you. You're spotty.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the that are before present, both our academic and our culture. So you will represent the CAP or the 3 through 10. You will see K related to our as on this, as well as the vacation rate, our overall graduation rate, our college and career, and then absenteeism and suspension. All of these are local.
Sorry, Michelle, you're still breaking up. I don't know if Anna can step in.
Well, as you can see, board, as we're kind of dealing with technical difficulties, you'll see that the indicators that are on this slide
New
are
baseline data for most of our KPIs is not yet available and is likely to become official and public in the coming weeks. When we will be able to provide you with updated growth metrics. We will likely aim to increase, for example, in by 10. This is an used in school years for metrics such as English communication, suspension, and
Thank you.
our we look for you with.
Okay, so we'll move to the next slide. Thank you, Michelle. Sorry it was a little spotty, but we appreciate sticking in. And so with that, that is the end of our presentation. We'll take questions, but before we take questions, we thought we would end on a high note, and so we have a very brief video that I think will warm everyone's heart.
Have you heard? School starts Monday, August 1st. Yes. School starts August 1st. For kids for San Bernardino and Highland. Mark a calendar. It's time to learn. Be on time. Make sure your family knows. The first day of school is almost here. See you in class August 1st.
So we'd like to thank the Communications Department for putting that together and ending on a high note. And with that, we will turn it over to the board if there are any questions. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Solon, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. And we know technical difficulties do happen, and thank God they didn't happen when the students were on, so that was nice. We'll start, and I do apologize, I don't know if Mr. Tim was watching. Ms. Ceballos, I know you were first, but who was, let's be on the honor system here. Who was next? We'll start down there? We'll start with Gwen and work our way back, or? All right, we'll come this way then, if that's okay. Well, I'll try. All right. Ms. Ceballos, we know we got you right, so we'll have you go first. Ms. Ceballos.
Lucky me. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you to the Communications Department for that wonderful video, very much needed. So yeah, I just have a couple questions on the key metrics page specifically. So I know that these are our end of year goals. Or metrics, I should say, what we're going to be looking at to see whether or not we've met the goals. I'm just wondering, you know, at the last conference that we went to, there's something that stuck with me, that sometimes this data can be autopsy kind of data.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about.
Right. So it's like we're trying to dissect, you know, like what the person died from. It's retrospective data, right? And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, do we have midpoints and smaller, shorter term goals, you know, within this? And, you know, will we be presented on those? And are they scheduled? Do we have dates?
Yeah, and you're exactly right. I think these are end goals. I think along the way, as we work with our students, we have assessment data. We have checkpoints that sort of lead us to those the end game as it relates to those goals. So yes, we will be providing the board with that information and updates on that.
Do we have like a estimated, like a calendar already kind of established for that?
Yes, we do. We our NWA assessments submit place in, and then we have another one, right? But then all assessment use as well in between. So because
So
but then
sorry. Yeah, sorry, Anna, you're cutting in and out. But to the question that Ms. Ceballos asked, yes, we can certainly provide the board with a calendar, and so you can see, you know, at a glance when you should expect that information and sort of those touch points and check-ins.
Yeah, and I think if I understand correctly, like I think what Ms. Applegate was trying to say was that NWEA does have, you know, that fall, winter, spring, which is great. But I'm also, you know, obviously CASP, we can't have midpoints for that. But the other ones, right, the English learner progress, reclassification, if we can create, if we don't already have like a mid checkpoint, or, you know, where we're getting those points like at least 3 times a year. So yeah.
We will work. We'll take it back to the team, and we will work on something and bring it back to the board.
Is that it, Mr. Biles? All right. Well, we'll move our way down then. Mr. Tillman, Vice President Tillman.
Yes, you know, I know we're coming up on the beginning of the new school year, so I know things are busy. But I really think at some point we should have a special meeting to talk about the budget and where we're at with the money, and then specific items in terms of what we have allocated for spending. I know, like, for instance, some time back we gave extra money for the athletics department so that they could buy uniforms for, make sure all the students get free uniforms. So it was like $2 million. And I don't know whether this is the time to do it, but even in terms of the wellness center, out of the extra money, is it practical, and are we setting aside money for those programs? So I think we should have a special meeting just to talk about where we're talking about assigning those dollars.
Absolutely, and so a couple things that are coming up, so I'm just thinking of timing for it. So in August, we will be bringing back to the board a 45-day budget revision that will incorporate items that were included in the state enacted budget that occurred after we adopted our budget. So that will represent some funds that aren't previously spoken for. And then when we close our books, we will come back to the board in September to present our unaudited actuals, and that will also present unspent dollars, especially when we think about the ESSER dollars. From a timing standpoint, I think we can tackle it twofold. We'll present information, but I think we can schedule a special board meeting. I think after unaudited actuals, where we can actually lay out not only the new dollars, but also as we close the books, the unspent or available dollars, so that we can discuss board priorities.
Just for clarity, we did give teachers a stipend this year as usual for
Correct.
supplies?
That is correct.
And then, I don't know, has there been talk about the extra money for the athletic department to make sure they have new uniforms for all the schools and for the bands?
Yeah, so we always provide that funding. There's some discussions, and part of it is as we have additional resources to augment the monies that we always provide. We have a list of needs that the athletics department has provided, not only from a facility standpoint, but a request for an augmentation of their base budget funding.
Looking at doing that?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Just for the record, if we were looking at a special board meeting, we would need consensus on the special board meeting.
Exactly, I agree.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know if the
we
board-
do have a couple things coming up. I just want to make sure we clarify that on special board meetings.
Thank you, President.
We have some workshops we want to do still.
It's true.
So we got to, as a board, we got to kind of prioritize those meetings. But, anytime we want to have a special board meeting, we need consensus.
I agree.
So on that one, we need to ask for consensus if that's the case. I'll
Do you
start.
have dates in mind, or, I mean, when?
Well, because we have a couple other workshops still that we were planning.
To when, kind of.
I think it needs to be relative with the 45-day budget revision.
So I would recommend, the 45-day budget revision will be upon us soon. I would recommend as we close the books, because that will also
Agreed.
represent the picture of where we finished.
So approximately what month then?
I-
So we have
It
an
would be,
idea.
I think we could do it in September, following our unaudited actuals.
Thank you.
Board, are we okay with that? All right, so, very good. All right, Dr. Flores, well, go right here.
thank
Oh, I
you.
had, sorry, I missed Rosales' meeting, but you're next.
Oh, I'm next, okay.
Sorry about that, I missed up.
I want to commend the cabinet for outlining the goals and intersecting our board top 10. It was very brilliant, and it intersects it, and also we can see where we're going and all the goals. So I just wanted to commend you all for that. It's very, 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 it's clear and succinct, but yet I know you have more details behind it. Mrs. Applegate, I know that you have a big lift and your whole team and your division, and I just also want to commend you because I've read the research on universal design, universal access, and the multi-tiered system, which is really, really on spot. And the collective efficacy of teachers through teacher leadership teams, teacher advisory councils is so important, because it is the teachers that see the kids every day, and they are the ones that need our support and the knowledge. So I just want to commend you with that. And also our college and career success. I know we've been moving along, and I just want to commend, the secondary department as well for continuing their work. And also, I know that Dr. Dowdy, Rogers, and I also wanted financial literacy in there, and so you've included it. That's so important. And continuing the A through G high school graduation minimum requirement and including ethnic studies, because that is one of the board policies that we passed. I think we passed it before you came on board, Ms. Ceballos, but that's integrated into it. And then Dr. Rodriguez, I know your team is just incredible in terms of wellness and, health centers and mental health and so forth. And I'm glad to hear that we have these services at all our high schools. We just need a location, and that's going to be a lift to figuring out, because Sierra's is a model, the one that I was given a tour of, and I think we need to figure out how to improve or use their model for our rest of our schools. And of course, family engagement is so key. It's really, really important. And we need to reach more of our families. And hopefully that's our target. So, and then for health and safety, thank you, Mr. Precies. I only have one question for you. I know you probably have it, but do we have a troubleshooting protocol for fixing facility issues and the timelines that we have? And do we have enough manpower, women power, person power to do it?
Yes, we do. And the facility issues, could you be a little bit more specific?
I can hear you.
I'm sorry, could you be a little bit more specific on the facility issues?
Oh, you know, if the water is not clean, if
Oh, yes, of course.
if there's leaks in the roof,
Mhm.
If we have, you know, pavement that you know, is waiting for accidents to happen, cement, things like that.
Yes, actually with the implementation of our 5-star program, that's actually what we're looking at. So we're looking at the entire asset management, so the entire building. So it's not custodial or ground specific, which is what some of our inspections were prior. This is more aligned with the state standard where it's looking at all the categories.
Does that include cleaning rooms? Because I know I got complaints, and I know we were in COVID and coming back from COVID, that sometimes the rooms were not vacuumed or swept or mopped on a regular basis. And that was because custodians were getting COVID, you know, and there weren't enough people.
Mhm.
So have we mitigated that?
We
So
have,
that
yeah, again, with
steps?
this new program that we've instituted, we're able to move some resources from one location to another, which we have actually employed quite often during the summer period. So some school sites that were suffering, because we've also seen this rise in COVID, which we've all have probably heard about, it's impacting our custodial team as well. So we are able to move our resources accordingly. And I think this year we're going to be set up a lot better than we were last year. Last year, we not only did we have COVID, but we also had a lot of vacancies in our ranks. We filled some of those vacancies again with the assistance of HR. So thank you guys very much. But now we're really making some good progress.
Are we up to capacity with custodial help?
We still have some vacancies. I think we're typically going to see that turnover, especially in that particular area. We're going to see a lot of promotions, so some people have promoted into other areas. So I think we're constantly going to see some churn. What we have a vacancy rate of about 10%, so that's going to be standard. But with our new process, we're able to improve where we were last year.
Dr. French, I just want to commend you for all your work. You have one of the biggest lifts, your whole team, HR team. And I'm really happy to see that we're going to hire vice principals and have succession plans for principals. That's so needed across the board. I'm on a national committee, and that's what they're talking about, succession plans for leadership. And anyway, that's on the ALIS. I was put on the ALIS Policy and Advocacy Committee, and that's one of their top priorities is leadership succession plans. So that's great. And then just getting back to foreign language teachers for middle schools and high schools, I hope that included in that is also our sign interpreters, so that our students also have the option to take sign language. I don't know if you have that in your plan or not, but if it isn't, I'm putting that in your
Take
mind.
a look at it. We'll
Yeah,
work
in your
with,
mind,
the team.
because that's a language as well, sign.
Understood.
And then to Michelle Cleveland, thank you so much. I don't know if she's still on, they're probably not on, but anyway, I just want to thank her. She's really on point. The only concern I have is that I hope we go beyond reducing chronic absenteeism beyond 5%. I know 5% is the goal, but I hope it would be like 20 or 25, so that we can, reach our students and our families and so forth. But I just want to thank you all for such a great and also Ginger, that was a great presentation. I just uplifted me. I love kids, and it just, spoke to my heart. So thank you. Thank you.
If I could, Dr. Flores, yes, the foreign language and the signing is in there as well. Yes.
All right,
Yes, I also
sorry.
oh, sorry.
I was going to say thank you, Dr. Flores, Ms. Rosales Medina.
There, I beat you to it. So I just wanted to say I love the video. Are we going to be sharing that on social media? Oh, wonderful, because I want to share it. Definitely want to share it. And this is a great way for parents. It's like, stay on board. August the 5th. Even encourage the children themselves. You know what? We're excited. We see students. So congratulations on the video. It's a great video. I want to go back. I want to go to goal number 3, and that would be for the wellness centers. And I think, I know there's, of course, going to be talk with budget and so forth, but I do want to, my personal push would be more into creating a space. I know that it's nowhere noted other than just verbally that it was noted, but I do want to create a space at each of the high schools. So I know that's going to be part of the conversation when we talk about the budget, but that is definitely a push that I will be moving forward towards. The key metrics, I love this. This is a great way to visually see. This also holds us accountable. This is what we want to do. This is the areas that we want to meet, and they're realistic as well. And I'm sure that none of them are fixed, so they can always make adjustments accordingly. But I do appreciate the district doing this for us, so that way we can stay on track and set our priorities and goals and making sure our students are doing well. I'm really excited. I'm really proud of our cabinet, every single one, and those that are part of the team as well that are not here. Thank you so much for doing this. This was a great PowerPoint presentation that aligns everything that we really want to push for. I think everything that I was thinking of making sure that we support is in here, so which is great. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation. I definitely want to start out with that. And I want to just ask, and some of this has kind of been touched on, but I do agree the calendar sooner the better, where we can kind of have a guideline what's coming up. And and if you would keep them in the categories of the 5 that you have, so we know what you're presenting to us in those particular goals, it would be helpful to have that. And then going to the questions that I had that I said earlier I would ask is in the wellness centers. I think it's important for us also to know, we've never talked about how much it costs, and I think, Harold, you had indicated that you would, when we have that budget meeting, maybe we can add it there. I don't know, but just curious, what does a wellness center that's like at Sierra cost, right? Because we did all get the memo, and then we got a presentation tonight that talked about this big amount of money that we have. But I think we also need to zero it down in two conversations. I've heard wellness centers, which makes some of us think about what's happening in Pacific, right? What does that cost? And then I've heard it's important for the community to know that we have put in wellness teams way back when, and they've improved even when we came back with our supports through DBH and through the county. So I think there's some messaging issues in there, because each time we hear the presentation, it sounds as though we haven't started or we don't have anything going. So if we can further define the Wellness Center Sierra look, and then the Wellness Center Pacific, and then begin to look at those costs. And of course, I'm sure Mr. Stellings, you'll let us know what we can use money on or not, so that we can be clear in our messaging, because we definitely want to have it. But just because we have money, what does that mean? Does it mean we can reallocate? And then further, what have we already allocated that money on? Or will we need to shift some things around? Also, I think it's important for us to be able to say, how long does it take to create a wellness center or a wellness building? What are the timelines on that, so we can be realistic to our community, and then also the designing of the rooms. Do we have that space? And when I started thinking back to centers and the space in a room, I also want to know, do we still have those parent centers? Because at one point in time, we wanted to make sure that parent centers were at our schools. So is this going to be a collaboration? But I wouldn't recommend it to be a collaboration simply because there's two different needs going on. And we really have to be protective about the wellness space versus combining it with all people are coming in for different things. But ultimately, and lastly, is that I want to even hear more about what we're going to do with our welcome center. You know, is there going to be a centralized wellness center to have all of those things there in the event it's just more convenient to go there? So I don't want to lose the continuity of those particular things that we have talked about over the past when we're bringing this wellness together. But I would ask the district to please somewhere, somehow, we need to promote what we have, right? So then we can be able to say either we have it or we don't have it, and then they can go and check. And then they'll be coming to us saying, well, I went to this school and they didn't have it, and then we know we need to fix that. But again, great presentation, great streamline, and whether we call it the key metrics indicators, you know, as opposed to the KPIs before, at least when they come to us, we know you're going to talk to us about, you know, supports. You're going to talk to us about the health. You're going to talk about family engagement, and then we can direct those that call us to let them know at that particular board meeting we will be addressing those out of our 5 categories. But thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, and I'll close comments on this. Just, you know, my colleagues have said it repeatedly, but thank you to, you know, Executive Cabinet and our team for putting this presentation together, as well as the goals, you know, and you know, I think we also acknowledge that you're shorthanded too. So we know that the work is a lot and we have great demands as a board, but you know, one of the things that I was concerned about going into the next year, and I know we are as well as a team, is just, you know, focus of clarity, right? Because there's sometimes a fear of uncertainty with change. And, you know, we wanted to reassure our community, reassure our staff, our team here, our board as well, that we have clarity of focus on our goals going into next year. You know, we have coherence as a board and executive cabinet, that the goals are clearly articulated as well. And I think we've done that. So, you know, I'm really excited about that, as well as the monitoring piece. I think that was a great recommendation, Ms. Ceballos. You know, I'm sure that they were thinking about that, but now we all know it, that we want a monitoring piece in place, and that we can monitor our progress towards our goals just like we would our students, right? That's a pretty simple thing to ask for, but a huge task and ask as well, because when we look at these goals, they are quite stupendous, but that is our expectation as well as a board for our students and our community, you know, and I hope our students are still watching, you know, because we and Dr. Rogers made a lot of great questions and inquiry about our wellness centers and what it takes to put one together, and how much and how, you know, how long. They don't happen overnight. I know we have 2 already in our plans to develop, and we're excited about that. So we'll ask for patience with that as well. But we do have programs in place already at our schools, and we need to make sure we get that out there to our community, out there to our students, that we already have these wellness areas, at least in our schools, at all our schools. So there's an understanding about the services that are available for everybody. But I'm really excited about going into next year. I always get a little bit anxious at this time of year, just being an educator as well, definitely as a board member, because, you know, we don't know the unknown going into next year, and the new norm for us is definitely different. So thank you for putting this together. I know as a board we've had concerns about what are we doing next year, and at least I think we have a little bit of a little more clarity to what we're doing. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Just real quick, I forgot, and a baseline would be helpful, right? Because we've seen that we want to increase or decrease these numbers, but it's important for us to have a baseline and know where we're working with, right? Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Great point. And again, just a great job of working with and listening to the board, and the intersection piece. I really like that. That was fantastic on you know, showing that cohesiveness and collaboration between cabinet and the board as well. So I'm really pleased with the presentation, and I'll quit talking so we can move on. Thank you. Dr. Rogers? Oh, did I turn your light off? Because no light off. Okay, good. Let's stop. I'm sorry, I cut off Mr. Solon. He said, can I have like a 2 seconds? So, Mr. Solon.
So a lot of good dialogue. I would just say on behalf of our executive leadership, we appreciate the board's leadership and guidance and high expectations and accountability for us. We share that same sentiment that we did not want this, despite the transitions we're obviously going through, to be just a year that we sort of move through. We want to make sure that it's a year with purpose, that we're accomplishing things, because we know that our students can't wait. So we definitely appreciate the board's leadership and guidance as we move through this process. So thank you to the board.
Great, thank you, Mr. Solon, and let's continue to move on to 7.0, board discussion, superintendent search, and then 7.1, prospective search firms, and you should have a handout with you as well. I don't see it in the electronic piece, but we have a hard copy. Okay, I was looking for it in here. You know, board, I know you had tasked me with a couple jobs I needed to do since our last board meeting. That was one, put together a list of potential search firms, as well as establish a timeline. Well, actually working with Mr. Solon, Executive Cabinet. We did, and this list came from a number of different sources. Okay, what I come well, came from some folks up here on the board, folks from Executive Cabinet, other folks I know in education all over the county, and I tried to get a comprehensive list for us, an objective list that we could look at, included links as well, so you could go in there and take a look at each firm yourself and not take the word of any one of us, right? Do your homework, please, go look at them. So our next step would be to either identify a firm, or a suggestion is maybe more than one firm and have them come present to us. Maybe their company and their methodology of how they go about selecting a potential pool of candidates for us to look at. So, and then I was also informing, the timeline piece that we were talking about, that, it's critical that we identify a firm, and then we would work with them on establishing a timeline as well, because they have a lot more expertise in process than we do. But I wanted it to be a fair and objective process on selecting a firm and then moving forward. So, Dr. Flores, I see your light, and we'll entertain
Just to
conversation.
clarify, Dr. Wyatt, you're recommending that we pick top 3 and then invite them to come in? Or is that what you're recommending?
That's just simply a starting point of discussion. It's not my suggestion, but an idea. So I would like us as a board to determine our process moving forward. If we can come down to 1 right now, fine. That's great, but we may need to do a little more homework. Or you may be very familiar with some of these folks already. I'm familiar with most of them, just so you know, but I'm not going to give my opinion, because I think we all need to make our own determination who we think's best in this process. This is not a pleasant process. We went through this not too long ago, and I mean, as we know, it's a big task, so, and a very important one.
I'm familiar with ESS Consulting Group, and they have high marks. McPherson and Jacobson as well have high marks. I think Leadership Associates worked with us, Mr. Tillman, you remember? So I don't know if we do go with the top 3 to interview. Those are the 3 that I would choose.
All right, Dr. Flores, I'm having everything in my folder drop right in front of me. Thank you for your recommendations. Mr. Tillman.
I highly recommend we bring the top 3 in and let them present, and then have the board make a decision. Because once we bring those 3 in, you'll start asking around about them, and it'll become clear who you want and who you don't want. And then the board can vote on it. So I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Again, for clarity, do you want to recommend, us to recommend you 3 right now, or how do you want us to do this?
Well, again, this is
Just
a board
kinda
and a board
just-
decision. I just want to guide the conversation and make a determination,
Well,
hopefully on next steps.
Okay, so I'll say this, just based on just some of the conversations that we have, anything kind of associated with that we may have or that some small portion of bias, I would eliminate. You know what I mean? There's names on here. Do I know them personally? No, but there's names on here that maybe have been associated with, they did it before, or just something. So my thought process would be anything that is not as familiar from our past. So my McPherson was one, and I know Dr. Flores says she knows, but I don't
I just
know
know
the
their
depth,
reputation.
their reputation. You
I-
gave a
I don't-
number.
I don't know any of the people. I just know their reputation.
But you did it based on
Right.
when we Googled
I
and
did it
looked and
based
said their-
on
Okay.
their reputation.
So I was saying McPherson, because I didn't, other than what was just said. And then secondly is then Casca, and then Hazard Young, which wasn't a lot of information on that one. So McPherson, Casca Group, and Hazard Young, and Atia, I think it is, to look into those.
All right, does anybody have an extra list for Mr. Vice President Tillman? He was just looking. There we go, thank you. And I'm sorry, Dr. Daddy Rogers, he was asking me for a list, so.
So that, I just said McPherson,
Okay.
Casca, and Hazard Young is,
Very much.
anything in there is what I'm saying.
All right, that's Gwen. Dr. Flores, I think you gave us a couple, right? I'm sorry, let me write yours down.
Yes, I said ESS Consulting Group,
Okay.
McPherson and Jacobson, and Leadership Associates.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Tillman, you spoke as well. Did you have any you recommended?
I'll just try to, hopefully we get the 3 tonight, though.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina, Ms. Ceballos, I haven't heard from either of you.
I don't have 3, but I do have one, the ESS Consulting Group.
All righty, so we have two with two so far. All right, Ms. Ceballos, I know this may be new to you, but if you want some time.
It is new to me, and I personally have not researched any of these. I think that I would like to do that, but I would agree, that is somebody completely new and that has not maybe worked with us before in the past, just to get away from any clout, yeah.
I think that is very important as well, so our community knows we're being as objective as possible. What I could recommend, because we got some great recommendations already, is like when we did our top 10 before, we made recommendations, and we did a little bit of thinking about it, a little bit of homework. We gave ourselves a deadline, and that deadline could be a strict deadline. We could say by Friday, and then move forward. And if we can identify maybe a couple right now, that's also good as maybe a top 3 possibly, and then wait for your response as well, because I want to make sure that you have the time. That's why I gave the links, so you could go on there and take a look at them as well. It's quite a bit of reading, and you can learn a little bit about what they do, and then we could have a presentation by the next board meeting. Hopefully, we'll have to coordinate that with them, and then go from there. All right.
Dr. Wyatt,
Yes,
could I
ma'am.
just, I guess just for my knowledge, could I know from this list maybe who the district has employed in the past?
Haven't we used in the past?
Who have?
And I'll be honest, I haven't done anything with us here, but I have worked with some of these folks, and so I want to make sure I go last. I don't want any,
Dr.
influential
Wyatt?
bias at all, so.
You want us to send in the link, send in who we want to Karen by Friday?
We can, but I think some of you already identified yours. And,
Right.
but if you want, we could just say this, if you have a change of heart, or you say, oh gosh, there's a third one I like too, we could say by Friday. I think that's being a very fair process. And a lot of people have already given an opinion right now, which I think is great
Right, I already
feedback.
gave mine, okay.
Yeah.
I think if we did it like we did the top 10, where we number on 1 through 6, 1 being the best.
Well, I think we could cut down even more right now, or, well, no, you're right, because
That's a good idea.
yeah, Ms. Ceballos needs to look, so,
Get
okay.
them turned in. But I will say this, none of these organizations are perfect. None of these organizations are perfect. And there's always concerns about the organizations, because some people tell you that certain ones omit certain candidates and other ones have stables that they only give you. And so it's not a perfect world. So to think that, and you might not want to say you're going to eliminate ones that you worked with before, because you might find out those are the best ones. So you still want to use them. It's just, and they change over time. They're not the same people, because you're dealing with people. So
In the end, we will pick the final pool.
right. So I would just suggest that between now and whenever you want to do it,
I would say Friday. Let's work on
let's
this.
just
and be
send out the list
aggressive
that we did
about it.
last time. We number on 1 through 6, 1 being the highest ranking. So the one with the lowest number is the one that
Would be our top, our top 3 if we're
Top
going to go
3,
that.
exactly.
And then what do you think for presentation? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
keep it brief, so we're not here all night.
Yes.
That might be a special board meeting. Yeah.
Yes,
Very well
no
could
doubt.
be. And then we can make our determination that evening, actually. And then we can notify them and then start on timeline.
I agree.
Okay. Sure.
You know, who said what on what?
I'm sorry, I'll wait.
Can we just kind of go over, and I missed who,
Sure.
you know, as I'm taking notes as well.
Yeah, no, okay, so number one, which was McPherson and Jacobson, we had Dr. Daddy Rogers and Dr. Flores. And Dr. Flores, did you say Leadership Associates?
Yeah.
Okay, so number two, Dr. Flores was yay on Leadership Associates. Number three, which is ESS Consulting, we had Dr. Flores and Ms. Rosales Medina. Number four, county schools, we had 0. Number five, Cosca Group, we had Dr. Daddy Rogers. And then Hazard Young and Atia, we had Dr. Daddy Rogers. For myself, I would look at the top three, just so you know. Literally the top three, which would be McPherson, Leadership, and ESS for myself. So I wanted to go last and wait, but I will, to be honest with you, I will still go and take a look at Cosca and Hazard as well in a little bit more depth, just to make sure I give them an objective
Which ones were they
look
choose?
over.
Which ones? I'm sorry. Which one did you pick?
I picked the top three, 1, 2, 3. But again, like I said, I'll look at the other ones as well. But I am familiar with 2 and 3 a little bit, not a lot. I won't say that there's one in the top 3 I do have a bias with, but I still know they're a good firm. But just my own experiences. So really, there's probably 2 in that top 3 that I would say based on the criteria my colleagues have given me tonight. So yeah. But McPherson and Jacobson, CSBA, obviously that's through service through CSBA, which I think is pretty amazing. And we've looked at them for other services as well. So do we have a plan and a process by Friday?
Can we send it to Karen?
Yes, ma'am. All righty, Karen, you get that?
Okay, so everybody's going to send me that, or I'm just basing it off of this, plus if anybody changes their mind, or everybody's going to send me something?
We'll make
Oh,
sure
we're
to
gonna all send it to
yeah.
you. Again,
Okay,
yeah.
and then once I get that, you want me to bring it back to another board meeting to show the ranking?
We
or
probably could send it out in a Friday update, yeah, or,
Okay.
yeah, the sooner the better.
Okay, so once we do that, then you want us to work on scheduling them
Yes,
in?
as soon as possible, which would be the next board meeting, right? If that's possible. I know that's kind of a short window. Or sooner. All right, sure.
So question, just for clarity, for Karen as well. So we're going to submit in our stuff on Friday to her or sooner, and then she's going to send it to all of us again, and then maybe we should have another deadline to send it in as ranking, or are we going to have it? Because we're only going to give her our individual choices. Is she going to just see which one comes first on her own?
Yeah,
Okay, got
Same
it.
thing as top 10.
I'm going to actually give it today, so that way you can have it.
I'll give mine today as well. And mine are top 3, Ms. Cunningham, just so you know, 1, 2, 3 for me.
In order for it to work, you have to do
Oh,
1
you have to
through
do all
6.
6, I'm sorry.
If you don't
Yeah,
do 1 through
yeah.
6,
No, Mr. Tillman's right. I apologize. He is right. You have to give
Do
it
you
to-
want me to send out a form with all of them ranked, and then you guys just return that, or like we did before?
that's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay, I'll send it out tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion, folks?
Just make sure you do 1 through 6. If you don't do 1 through 6, then the numbers don't add up.
That's great.
But we don't want to try for consistency on this one. This is not like all of these are in. What if you just are no?
Pardon me?
You don't want to put a 0 either. We're ranking, if you're ranking and you want to know, now you're ranking it in, as opposed to just, it may come up randomly, is my concern on this.
No, we gotta rank them.
That's saying include them all, though.
So could
But
we
what
add a
if you don't
ranking?
want to include them all?
Could we add a ranking of 0? Meaning
That's
we-
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm proposing that because I'm just saying.
It only works if you go 1 through 6.
We have to rank every single one, like what's our first choice?
If you
our
do 1
second,
through
our
6,
third.
it becomes real easy.
I agree.
If you don't do 1 through 6, then the numbers don't add up.
It could cause some issues. we could. I mean, we've tried that process before and it's worked for us, so I think it's something we know. So I would recommend we stay with that.
No, we just like those things. Those were all educational things. And this,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, if they're at the bottom, you give them a
in-
5 and a
in
6 or a
this
4, 5,
case,
6.
Yeah, in this case, but a 5 or a 6 really could do nothing, because if it's at the top, then it's still at the top.
So I think, and again, the board can decide whatever it decides, but I hear Dr. Dowdy, right? If we give each item, like say 1, rate every item 1 to 3, right? Let's say. Or that way you can, or 0 to 3, or whatever the number we come up with, but you give any one organization the ability to get 0, where you're not forcing.
It's the way we're doing it, if you give it 0, say we give number 6, 5 zeros, and then somebody gives it a 1, it's a 1 and that's the lowest score, and that would be, oh, wow, that's the lowest score, because our rubric, the lowest potential score would be a 6. If somebody got all 1s across the board, the lowest potential score would be a 6, and the highest potential score would be a 36. So if you throw a 0 in there, then that really could skew your numbers, if that makes sense.
Happens to our students.
Huh?
That's
Right?
my point. That's my point.
Well, come on, that's D's and F's. We know that.
No,
We got to
I'm saying,
change
but
that. I
that's
agree
the
with
point.
you. Yeah. Well, in this case, some people are just going to get cut out. How's that? But, come on. We need consensus on the scoring process,
Just to clarify, our first choice is number 1, our second, our third, our fourth, our fifth, and our sixth. Okay.
I can do mine right now, but let's give it a process. We'll see by Friday afternoon. And if there's some still confusion after that, we can, have some discussion about it. But I think the process will work. Excuse me? Oh, you're fast? Okay. Well, Ms. Osmondine is taking a quick break. Oh, she's doing her numbers. My gosh, that's what you meant by fast. Okay. I thought you were going to take a quick, fast break, which she is. So, all righty, folks. Are we okay with that moving forward?
Let me just clarify one more time. 1 is their favorite,
Top
6
pick,
is their
number.
least.
Yep. And I'll have you mine by tonight. I'm pretty solid on mine as well. It's just the 4, 5, 6. All righty, folks. Thank you very much for that discussion and your input, which was very valuable moving forward with this very important process and decision we're going to need to make. Mandated policy revisions, and all I could say is to the policy committee, wow, you guys have been very busy, it looks like, on a lot of policy revisions. I know on 8.1, and I'm not sure if staff's going to take over the conversation on this one, I think so, but I know 8.1 are mandated policy requirements that we have to, by law, update. So I'm not sure who will lead that one. Is that you, Dr. Funches?
From my understanding, Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, and board, when we took on these changes for our board policies, we understand that they are statutory changes and they are required. And so they're all CDE reviewed, CDE approved, and it's language that comes from the California Department of Education and also CSBA, in conjunction with CSBA. And so the process, from my understanding, for these mandated policy revisions, they don't necessarily have to go through the normal process, but they do have to come here so that we can get them updated. And then I'll further add to that, these, we had a federal program monitoring audit, or FPM as we like to call it, and there were a few findings. And the findings all had to do with ed equity and UCP. So the 3 policies, or the 4 policies that you see before you, all the language is mandatory. All the language is mandated. All the language was written by the California Department of Education. And so it's not our language. It's simply updating the language so that we can meet the requirements of the audit and be able to move forward.
All righty, Dr. Funches, and thank you for the clarification on that as well. So these, as we understand, are mandated policy revisions. So really, it's just going through and reviewing them and approving them as a board. Is that correct?
Correct. And not sure if you have to go line by line. It's all
I believe we do.
CDE approved.
Dr. Flores, you had a quick question?
From the policy board, the board should know that we reviewed all of these already, just FYI. And we've done it with different cabinet members. And we've gone line by line in depth. And so the first one, 1312.3, is, I believe, our second, is that right? Karen, is that our second reading? Yes, so.
No, these are all going to be approved on a first reading because they're mandated.
These are all going to be approved on the first
Yeah,
reading.
we want them all now.
Okay.
They actually have a deadline too for
Okay,
these.
okay. Right, so we've gone through all of these, and we've taken some of your input, especially Mr. Tillman about parent attendance, that they don't have to.
I read it. It sounds great.
Okay,
That's
it's
why I
on
said
there.
we ought to take them. Let's go through them.
Right, and I do have one question on the first one, 1312.3. It's on page 2. It says migrant education, and then nutritional services is crossed out.
Dr. Flores, I think on these, we'd have to
Oh, we're gonna do
make
it.
a motion and
Make a
second
motion.
and
Oh,
discussion
and then we
on
can
them.
talk about, okay,
Okay,
sorry.
and then we can move
Okay.
forward. So we'll go ahead and go to, and thank you, Dr. Funches, once again for the explanation on those. We'll move on to 8.2, and that will be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts Board Policy 1312.3, Uniform Complaint Process as revised.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion? Dr. Flores?
So I don't remember, was this, was that you, Dr. Funches?
It was,
This
and
one-
Mr.
this one?
Medina
I
and Luis
just-
Chavez.
Right, on page 2, right after migrant education.
Correct.
Nutritional services is crossed out. And I know parents complain about the food. So does that mean they can't complain about the food?
Well, it does not. From my understanding, and please chime in, Mr. Sullins, what the California Department of Education wanted to do was make sure that the language is more broader to encompass other complaints that may be brought forth by our parents. So nutrition services being taken out, being replaced by regional occupational centers and programs and everything else that was added. They can complain anything that has to do with federal program monitoring or any funds received by the district federally falls under UCP.
And I would just add, the child nutrition program, it is under its own sort of set of rules, so there is a separate complaint procedure for that program. So this is uniform complaint procedures related to our
just-
categorical programs and the programs
okay.
listed here. Child nutrition programs have their own complaint process.
I see down below that it says free and reduced price meals, but not
Right.
the food. Okay. All right, so this is just our programs. Okay, thank you.
Clarification.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and thank you for the clarification, staff. Any other discussion on this one? If not, let's go ahead and vote on 8.2. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 8.3. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts Board Policy 4119.11, sexual harassment as revised.
So moved. Second. Okay, sorry.
Oh, you guys are both tied on that one, so we'll go ladies first. Dr. Flores was motioned and seconded by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 8.4. Be it resolved, the Board of Education, be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts Board Policy 5145.3, non-discrimination/harassment as revised.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. All right, motion carries. Move on to 8.5. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts Board Policy 5145.7, Title IX, Sexual Harassment, as revised.
So moved.
Once again, we'll go with ladies first. Motion by Ms. Rosales Medina, seconded by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Let's move on to 9.0, reports and comments. 9.1, board members. And let me see what our order is. And I will please ask if we could keep our comments to 5 minutes or less. I know it's a very exciting time of the year with lots to share. Well, let's do our best. All right, we will start off with Ms. Rosales Medina and then work our way left from there.
I just wanted to say welcome to all our students, August the 1st, and hope you enjoy your first day, and of course to all the families that will be traveling and starting a new routine with their children. So, and that's basically it today.
Outstanding job, Ms. Rosales Medina. Left some time to spare for the rest of us. All right, that doesn't mean 9 minutes, Dr. Flores. So, Dr. Flores, just kidding.
I'll talk fast. Welcome back, teachers, staff, before August 1st to get ready. And I hope you all rested, and I hope you're safe. And I just want to caution us not to have big group sessions because COVID variant is going strong. And if we can have virtual sessions if possible, or shift or pivot to it. I just want to say really quickly, I went to CALSA. I was so proud. Arroyo presented, Michelle Cleveland presented, Tamika Casey presented. Oh man, they did such an outstanding job. It was, we were present. And Dr. Rodriguez, Tex Acosta, Beatriz, and I think Myra Ceballos was there too. It was spectacular. I want to ask Mr. Solons, don't answer now, but how has the LCAP money been used to mitigate dual language combos? I'd like to know that. You can tell me in the Friday report. I would like to make a gentle recommendation that we categorize all our consent items by division so that we can say it's business, it's, it's student services, et cetera. I also like to recommend ICUC students be included in the Wellness District Committee when we come back. And also, I want to read Langston Hughes' poem, I Too. I too sing, America. I am the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes, but I laugh and eat well and grow strong. Tomorrow I'll be at the table. When company comes, nobody dare say to me, eat in the kitchen. Then besides, they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. I too am America. Langston Hughes, first published in 1926. And the reason I read this is because we got the educator, and I Too Sing America is where it's here. And it's been nearly 100 years after the poem was written. Its message still rings true for many marginalized groups, from African Americans to indigenous people, to families who came to this country generations ago, to newcomers of today. But those who have lived in the shadows of society are slowly coming out of the kitchen to declare that they too sing America. Among them are 15,000 educators with deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA. Our teachers, there's 15,000 teachers that are DACA. And federal policy now protects them as immigrants who were brought to this country as children. And so it was in the educator, and I just wanted to share it. And they share two undocumented DACA students, a Tagalog-speaking student. I was responsible for my family's legacy. It's what we call in Tagalog, and utang na loob, a debt of the soul. And then His name is Jericho KG Keller Graciano. And then Viridiana Castro Silva is the other student who is an educator. So I don't know how many DACA students we have, Dr. Funches, as teachers in our district, but I salute them, and we salute them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and thank you for that inspirational reading. Vice President Tillman.
Yes, I just, in preparation for this upcoming school year, I know at my job, there are a lot of people who are testing positive for COVID-19. So I'm hoping that we have I had asked a while back that we change the policy to allow parents that come to the school and want their kids to be tested by the company where they don't have to opt into the mandatory testing, whatever it's called. So I'm hoping that we're able to change the permission slip to add a line that says, you can test my child and get tested by that company. And I hope that we are providing enough money. I know there was some concern about the company, but it's what we have right now, and it's an extra resource. And I'm telling you, with the number of people that are testing positive at my job, I know there's going to be a large number of people testing positive. And the more resources we have, the better. So I heard you guys say that you cut back on the contract. I don't know why you cut back on the contract, because we're paying for it with extra money, and extra money is for COVID mitigation. So I'm just encouraging you to be prepared. It's obvious that when school starts, a lot of folks are going to test positive. And the parents, I'm sure, are going to appreciate us testing people and doing the notification that that company does. So I hope that, you know, if the funding was based on the number of positive tests at the end of the school year, that's going to be different now. It's obvious that we're on the upswing, so I just want to make sure that we have the proper resources there to help manage that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Ceballos?
You, Board President, just really quickly as well, you know, hope that everybody had a great summer, and, you know, welcome back to school August 1st, as our kiddos have already told us. I did want to ask about the I guess the guidelines that the district is currently operating under in terms of you know, COVID, because I think last board meeting that we had, the contract that Mr. Tillman was referring to, I don't know if I can't remember if we agreed that somebody would come before us and kind of give us an update on, you know, current cases and things like that. I think that this is something that's here to stay with us. I don't think it's going anywhere. I'm no doctor. I don't know. I think that we will have to learn to kind of live with it. I would be interested in seeing some of the statistics on like death rates, you know, because that was a big concern when it first happened, that a lot of people were getting sick and actually dying. But if people are getting sick now and it's just kind of like, you know, morphing into like the common cold or something like that, then, you know, then that's different, and it needs to be approached a little different as well. So I guess I would just like to see what this, you know, the statistics are on that. Because I say that to say it's really, really important that we don't default back on COVID for it to be a barrier for parent involvement and parent engagement at schools. So I know that, I don't know what our current policy is, but I know that parents are eager to come back to school and volunteer in the classrooms as they used to, and things like that. And so I just want to make sure that we have clear guidance as a board. I don't think that there's anything currently in place. So if we don't have anything, I may be wrong, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. If we don't have anything currently in place, then schools should be allowing parents, if they're not already allowing them, to be able to come in and pick back up on that process. Also, meetings, like parent meetings and things like that. I know that some have taken a liking to virtual meetings, and that's great. I think that for those that want to continue to do that, more power to them. But there are also other groups that still struggle with technology and don't want to do virtual. And I want to make sure, and I want to make it very clear that if they want to have in-person meeting, that they are offered and extended that opportunity, and that we're not utilizing, the pandemic as a deterrent to be able to do that. So just, I guess, some clarity on that would be nice. Other than that, lastly, where did we leave off with the student board members? I know that we brought it up, but I don't think I heard back.
I'll talk a little bit about that in my board comments.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
Thank you. And I first want to start and applaud the ESSA department for garnering $30,000 in scholarship for our students. So we appreciate that effort. And also, as Ms. Cooper had spoke earlier on the public comments, I did get a chance to come to the WORC Academy event that they had, and I think that was very important. Those students had been in that cohort for quite some time, and they were actually the final culminating cohort. So they were so grateful, to be encouraged right here in our boardroom. So I was able to make it over on a lunch. I also want to I brought this up probably each year. The San Bernardino County has a regional wellness conference, and it is an excellent conference for everyone to attend. I know Mrs. Ceballos was down there, and Dr. Wyatt was also down there. And just to give you an idea, and then I want to commend also, we had a team. I'm starting to see more and more of our staff down there, and kudos to Principal Maynard, who I was able to sit in her presentation. But just to give you an idea of some of the topics, is engaging families in social and emotional learning, a journey connected with women history, and acts of love and holistic wraparound models and services and interventions. The list goes on, and you pick a strand. And so, I would encourage the district, as we present wellness, to make sure we are defining our own wellness and sending teams there. It's a learning environment, yet it's an environment that also reminds you the importance of your own self-care. And how to regulate yourself, and then, strategies. So I think, and know those that attended, I got a chance to talk to some of them out of the presentation. We go annually anyway, but it is open up to educators. And I was, as we were in there, Rialto just dominated the room. And, while we had a presence, but they brought so many people there, as well as some of the other surrounding districts. So I would like to see us get that information in advance. Also, in reference to wellness, I think some of us did get an email, and I did send it over to Dr. Rodriguez about the comfort dog. This is something that we see throughout the county. That's a great tool for those students that are experiencing trauma to have, I'm sure there's some type of protocol, but I hope we look into that as well as what Mrs. Ceballos said about our student voice. That is something we definitely want. I've seen somewhat of some input on it, but I think, it was the cart before the horse or something like that. But we are aware, and we want, the district to know that is a priority and always has been. But the reason why we had paused is COVID. There was just so much that was going on, but it's a good thing we're getting our heads above water. And lastly, I don't know if all of you got the information that on the 16th of this month, we now have a mental health crisis number, just like 411-211. It's 888. And so you want to make sure that, family members, everyone has that number. If they're in crisis, they call 888. That was some legislation that was pushed for quite some time, and I think it's great. So if you're experiencing a crisis, you can call 888.
I think it's 899.
Actually, 988.
988. There you go.
Let's confirm.
Wait, I just, no. Is it
988?
It is.
Say 9? Okay, let me make sure.
I'm sure it's 988.
Is it 988?
Yeah, because they wanted to do it with similar to 911. So
you got it, 988. So 988, that we are calling that and making sure, because we do have individuals that there's a crisis line through the county, but it's too long. No one ever remembers it. And so 988.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers, and for the little laugh there. Some of us might need that crisis line. Let me say that, I'll tell you. So I'll try to make my comments brief as well, but a lot of great things going on. Looking forward to the new school year. Super excited about that. We know these last couple of years have been challenging, to say the least, taxing on all of us, and but I see a renewed energy in most of our folks coming back, and we understand how to work in this new environment that we're in, and we've progressed quite a bit. So had a great opportunity to meet with our Student Advisory Council, and boy, did I learn a lot from them when we talk about student voice, right? So I just want to give some of their concerns. Safety to and from school with the late start bill. What an advanced topic for our kids. Transportation of students due to late start bill. Always a top one, food. Out of the students there were 8. 7 of them like sports and hobbies that we offer through our programs. So I thought that was really important for us to know how those extracurriculars mean a lot to our kids and another purpose for them to come to school. We discussed our student school board member application recruitment process of 7 student school board members. We also discussed about them rotating the meetings, so not all of them have to come at any one time. Obviously, that's a lot, but also to ensure that we don't take them away from their studies as well at night, but to give them a voice. Yeah, we talked about process and interview process, how we want to have an equitable process, a very fair process. So that's something we're going to have to flush out. Great job again to our executive cabinet leadership for meeting our new goals and priorities for the year. Outstanding job there. Thank you for listening to us and the board as well as our community and putting that together tonight. I think that was extremely important. I had an amazing opportunity to go to Washington, D.C., which was the ASA Summit, and that's School Superintendent Association. And I'll tell you what, our district is leading. I want you to know that. In a lot of categories. We could have presented probably about 70-80% of those presentations that I went to. So I think that really does speak volumes about what we're doing here, especially when we talk about future focus and future readiness of education and innovation. Innovation is really the big topic when you look at a national level and where we're going as a district as well. Some areas that I was not aware of, and I wanted to share with us as a community and a team in the district that stood out, I mean, tremendously, was GPT-3, Deep Learning Technologies, and that is artificial intelligence, AI. Now, we've always talked a lot about cybersecurity here, which I think is outstanding. You know, my son's studying that, and specifically VR, which is virtual reality. We always been on acronyms, right? But I really would ask our district and our CTE folks to look at AI as it is a commanding, demanding field of the future. And little did I know so much about it. I will tell you this, it is scary how you can interface with an AI and a computer and they know so much about you. You could have a conversation with an AI. Yeah, that will blow your mind away. Let me just tell you that. That's yeah, very scary. Some of the leadership skills that we want to look at when we talk about our framework of excellence and future framework for 2025, specific skill sets, self-leadership, basic cognitive skills, and interpersonal skills. Future focused success, 3 components: culture, social emotional, cognitive, and then our growth model, our resources. So those are 3 areas. And again, we're right on the money with those. So my time is going fast. And then they talked about, and I read this book actually recently, a really good book, Disrupting the Undisruptable. So basically not accepting the norm as normal, that we have to now start looking outside the box and disrupt our conversations and what we do to be innovative. Wellness Conference, Dr. Rogers already talked about it, and our tremendous representation of staff and presentations. Great job to them. But I really want to end on a solid note on this. Our inaugural San Bernardino Unified School District Special Education Conference that is happening right now at Cal State San Bernardino, 4-day conference. Outstanding job coordinating it, very professional presentation. And let me tell you, the workshops that I attended today were outstanding for myself as a special education administrator. I learned a lot today. So I just really want to compliment our team for what they're doing, for, again, being out in front of things and being a first in our area, which I was talking to Dr. Lundy and many folks there think will be maybe a premier conference in special education in our region. And I can assure you it will probably happen on a whole level we didn't even imagine. And I got 12 seconds. Our ERMS folks I met with, you'll love this. Not only are they clinicians, they're school psychologists. Wow. Thank you. I was the last one, so sorry about that. Moving on. Comments to our AIC 9.2 Administrator in Charge, Mr. Solon.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wyatt. So a lot of work going on as we prepare to open schools, so I'll try to be fast, but I want to give credit to everyone who's been working so hard. So we have our Back to School Extravaganza, second annual Back to School Extravaganza this Thursday in Court Street Square from 9 to 3 p.m. 1,500 families will enjoy a festive event where they can learn about the services that will help their children succeed in school. Many departments from SBC USD will be on hand to provide information about the support and opportunities that we provide, as well as community partners with free school supplies, dental supplies, and information on how to access family resources. Event is free. Families should be registered to ensure we can serve them all. And just a thank you to Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Gonzalez, and the entire family engagement team for their leadership on this. Next, on the same day, occurring on the same day, we have the superintendent's summer graduation, Thursday, July 21st at 6 p.m. at the Way World Outreach. Again, this is a much anticipated event for 180 of our seniors from the class of 2022. Need a little extra time to get through it, but they've made it, and so they've earned all the credits necessary to accomplish and achieve their high school diploma. So we want to be on hand to celebrate there, and I know a number of us will be there to support and give them a welcome hand as they exit the stage with their diploma. So a special thanks to Dr. I'm going to mispronounce her name, Venkatesan, for putting this together. It is an amazing event, and so I had the pleasure of participating last year and looking forward to this Thursday as well. As well as employee night at the 66er Stadium. Employees will come together next Thursday, July 28th at the 66er Stadium or San Manuel Stadium to celebrate the readiness for start of school. This is our opening year where thousands of our employees and their families will be on hand to make sure that we're ready for the first day of school, to have some fun entertainment. And again, a thank you to our communications team for their work to ensure all the employees feel valued and we kick off the new school year right. And then along the lines of the symposium for our special education, we have our CAPS symposium that's going right now. And today our CAPS department wrapped up the first ever symposium, 2 days of training to prepare hundreds of staff members from our community partners, after-school leaders that are responding to the call to serve more students than ever before this year with our expanded learning opportunity program grant dollars. So kudos to Ann Pearson, Director of CAPS, who's in the audience, and her team for pulling this together. This is going to be valuable training that will enhance our after-school programs and ensure that they're ready to hit the ground running as we expand much more broadly. And then not to be left out, our teachers, as we welcome them back, we will have teachers from across all grade levels, including guest teachers that will participate in our teacher professional development days on July 26th. Our elementary teachers will participate, and on July 27th, we will welcome our secondary teachers to participate. They are going to hear from a special presenter and educator, Nicole Tucker-Smith, on the topic of activating hope with universal design for learning, along which coincides with the goals that we discussed earlier today or this evening. Staff of elementary instruction led by Director Amy Coker and secondary education Dr. Venkatesan, again commended for their work as we work to improve our teachers' capabilities. This will be in person, I believe. No, it's virtual? Okay, it is virtual. All right. And then just a couple more to wrap up. We have our enrollment fair on Saturday, July 30th. Enrollment and Placement Services will host an enrollment fair at Jones Elementary from 8:30 to 1:30. And just I want to commend Leonard Buckner and his enrollment and Placement Services team for putting on this event and providing access and ease for students and families to enroll for the new school year. And then lastly, Dr. Dowdy Rogers mentioned, I had the great fortune as a new employee to the district, just a little over a year, to learn all the wonderful things that we do in the district. And one of those events was the Equity Scholarships put on by the ETSA department, where, again, $30,000 were raised and distributed to, 43 deserving students. And so I was pleased to be on hand with several of my cabinet colleagues, and want to congratulate our scholars and recipients, as well as Dr. Will Greer and his team for making this such a meaningful event and investment for our graduates. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Solon. All righty, we will move on to 10.0 action items. 10.1, approval of personnel report number 1 dated July 19th, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
Move.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on quickly. 10.2, approval to expanded learning opportunities program plan through student services.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Flores.
I would just like to commend Mrs. Pearson. It is so comprehensive, the report. I mean, just the whole plan. And I know the challenge of implementing it is great, but I have great confidence in your leadership. And I know that you know all the moving parts, and you have the, and if you need more people, right, to do the caps, please, Dr. Rodriguez, we know that we will. I won't speak for all my colleagues, but if we need more people, to implement this great plan, I think we should do that, and don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And I just want to add something that we talked about earlier, that hopefully there is no student on a waiting list, right? And if there are students on a waiting list, then we need to take action as a board to ensure that our staff have the resources so our kids have a safe place to go to before and after school. So again, thank you, and to you and your team. We really do appreciate it. All right, if there's no other discussion, we'll go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. 10.3. Oh, my apologies. Thank you for keeping me in check there, Mr. Solon, and staff and colleagues. 10.4. 10.3 will be as pulled. 10.4, adoption of new BP, Board Policy 5144.4, parental attendance, second reading, student services.
Move.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the policy? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to approval of the board top 10 list.
Requires action. Second.
No, it did, but it looks like it does. All right, so it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on them?
I think it was covered earlier for the most part.
I think so, and I would say we've had enough discussion as well, so let's vote.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the motions. I'm sorry.
Motion by Dr. Flores, seconded by Vice President Tillman. And now it's time to vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 11.0, consent items. 11.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any items to be pulled?
Yes.
Dr. Flores?
11.46.
11.46. Any others by any board members or staff?
Yes, 11.37.
11.37 by Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Anyone else? For myself, it'll be 11.58. Alrighty, so we have three items to be pulled, 11.37, 11.46, 11.58. Any other discussion or items to be pulled? All right, let's go ahead and vote on it. All right, motion carries. We'll go in numerical order. 11.37, Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. So as I was looking at this item, I thought about our previous board meeting, and I know I wish I could speak to whatever the concern was, and I can only assume. But I know we also talked about legal, revisiting legal counsel through the event that we attended, Dr. Wyatt. This thing stays in my little folder until we have the conversation, so it was a reminder. And so then also what it was mentioned earlier, starting on a new slate. And although we haven't had a conversation about our legal partnerships that we have used in the past, and I don't know if that's another type of board meeting conversation, but I'm speaking on it now because I know that there's been some conflictual things, right? And again, I wish I have known what maybe the discussion was or wasn't the last time, but I kind of took an assumption. So here we are again with another, a legal firm that perhaps we need some further discussion. I don't know how far to go, don't want to go there to raise anything beyond that, but I can't support this based on where we are with legal and also the fact that we still need to discuss this. So moving forward continues to move forward with where we are, and we need to get some clarity. And even what was said earlier about a clean slate. I mean, somewhere, I remember when I first came to the board, one of the concerns was our legal. And that was something that came up. Dr. Flores, you had mentioned our consistency of our legal and billing and different things. And so what I've now experienced, I'm a little concerned as well. But I don't know when properly we'll have the discussion. And to vote on this tonight, no, because I even got questions, and normally we discuss things openly for the public, and then we can weigh in a little bit so it doesn't look like we're trying to do something without openly discussing it with the public.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Biles?
Thank you, Board President. I just want to also weigh in. I agree. I think this item should be pulled for further discussion, only because there are a lot of questions revolving. And again, I think that maybe this is not the proper place to have that conversation, but we do need to have a conversation around it. So I support.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And then myself, now I'm hearing my colleagues speak, and one of my concerns is if we do pull and table this item, do we have legal representation, number one?
Didn't we have one in the room tonight? Who is that person? Because I know we have several, and that's what, again,
I'm
we
wondering too, on
don't
certain items.
know.
I think Mr. Solon could really clarify here because, we did have some conversation about legal counsel and representation, and, we have different firms representing different areas in our business because we have a lot of different areas of business. We operate in education, and, one of the pieces we also discussed is, we work with a lot of firms, but we also work with a lot of individuals within firms. And, do we need to consider the folks within the firms maybe, or the firm? offices that we work with, because some of these have multiple offices throughout the area, not necessarily in our area either, as we've been working with folks that are from these firms, but outside of our area, not necessarily in an empire or even in our county. So, I want to put that out there as a piece of part of this big discussion is, we always look at and talk about local representation, local businesses, trying to keep things closer to home and spend our money in the economy here. But that was just my concern as well. And I will defer to Mr. Sullen on this to ensure that, if this were, for whatever reason, tabled, would we be legally represented? So I just want to make sure. But that was my question to him first.
Well, I would like to say something. Point of order.
Before he responds?
Before he says,
Okay.
point of order.
Well, okay, Dr. Flores?
Yes, point of order. We cannot table this unless there's consensus among but we could vote. I can move, point of order, I move to approve this item. I just need a second.
There's a motion and we're in
There's a
discussion.
motion, we're having a discussion.
So, yeah.
We have to, well, no, there's definitely a discussion
So
going on
this is
right now before we
exactly
vote.
why I'm
Before we
asking.
Yeah, before. Oh, I thought, I'm sorry, no, this is discussion. This is still discussion.
There's no motion.
Okay.
But point of order is we cannot, if this item was not pulled when the agenda,
Was-
it stays.
No,
on.
last board meeting, that's why I'm asking for clarity this time. We pulled it, we didn't do a discussion. I don't know what was going on with it. Like I said, I'm assuming.
I think that
Voted on the last
we
one.
voted on the last one.
As an individual item, though.
We pulled it out.
Yeah, we voted
We
on
pulled
it
it
as an
out.
individual item, not as part of the.
Did-
You
consent.
have to have a consensus to pull it.
Point of order.
Point of order, yes.
It's going to happen the same way we do all items that are pulled.
Yes, I thought
There's
so.
nothing different.
We have to vote on
We're
it.
going to have a discussion.
We're going to vote.
You're going to look for a first and a second, and then you're going to vote. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
But I will say this, just to acknowledge our colleagues as well, that we do need a deeper, further discussion in regards to representation as well for the district. And we have, as Dr. Daddy Rogers showed, that brochure, CSBA, as well, would be something I would like to investigate myself and further research. But if there are no more comments, I'll make sure I give everybody the opportunity to make comment on this. And I see down the way to the left here, Dr. Funches. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And I understand the board needs time to consider direction that they need to go in and discuss. I would just ask for consideration, and it may be something that Mr. Sullins and I may have to work with. There are several cases and things that this law firm is working on us currently with, probably a great number of them. And so I'm not sure what that would mean with those items should we not move forward. And I'm just bringing that up as a fact or something that I have to try to work through with them. So it's just a consideration. I just wanted to point that out. It's just a point.
Thank you, Dr. Funches, and definitely for that information, which is very important. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that statement, because we've had specialized individuals that pertain to charter schools, to different things that they would bring forward. So I just want to make sure that they're the ones that also handle it. So either way, this can be a discussion in the future, but either way, they have always handled cases that were, like I said, in different departments within our school district. Not necessarily, some of the touching points that maybe other board members may feel. So, and they've always done a great job in making sure that they brought this information forward. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Mr. Tillman, then Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Move to approve.
We still have
Second.
we still have, let's be respectful. We still have discussion points. Can we still do, okay, so we had a motion, a second by Vice President Tillman, seconded by Dr. Barbara Flores, and then discussion still, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Is it, I thought it was Mr. Biles. Is it me?
Oh, no, you got her,
I
just a
beat her?
split
Okay.
second, yeah, he did.
So I guess my question again, because these are the questions I couldn't ask or wasn't clear on last time. If we have various firms that we're currently using, did we know, or when do we know that we don't have anything pending? I could not make that statement at the last board meeting. If that was the case, we would have discussed that. No, I'm not looking to disrupt business, but I'm also looking to rectify something that we need to discuss. Now, whether it's tonight, which I'm prepared to discuss, or whether it's in a different setting. This came before all of my concerns. So we never had the discussion, right? And so then we ran into a bump in the road where I need clarity, where the community has asked me questions that I want clarity for clarity's sake, for, just to be clear. So whether we all agree on them or not, there is a concern to be raised. And I don't know who's going to answer that right now. Are you going to answer it, Dr. Wyatt? Can you answer the concerns that were raised to clarify them so that I can be clear? Or do we have that discussion tonight? I don't know, because I'm talking about a previous situation that took, and we're saying tonight we know. If you would have asked me, how many cases or when they close, I don't have that answer. Maybe you do, but I don't. But I also didn't know that the last time either, because I wouldn't have said, hey, whatever, we voted, we were in an impasse, and then where are we at? Do you shift them over to the next person? Do they pick up where you are? I don't know all of that because we never had a conversation. We didn't even have a discussion.
Yeah, and to answer your question on, pending cases, litigation, I know that could be handed off to a different firm. I know that. Now, how many cases? I have no idea either. I really don't. I think there are concerns out there in the community, but I also think that, I know that not all information on the particular incident we're referring to has been shared with the board either in regards to cost to other organizations. I haven't seen it either, just so you know. I know it's been requested, but I haven't seen it. So I would say, no, this is not the right time because we don't have all the information still for everyone involved, because there are many folks involved that we need to look at and analyze for costs. Yeah.
The firm that I want to be clear because we've set off and made allegations of something. I'm referring specifically about this law firm or any law firm that we have currently as to it's time to examine them. And they're not the only one that do the service because we took the time to do this. But if we move forward, I'm not going to be happy that we ignore this and then we make decisions and I can't answer or I'm not clear. And I hope people can understand that. This is clarity. I'm not pointing a finger at anybody or trying to raise anything. I just want clarity. And I want to know, are we going to move forward or consider
CSBA, is that what you're asking?
CSBA or anybody, but CSBA was what you and I brought back to the board.
If you're asking me, and consensus of the board, I think it's worth further discussion without a doubt on CSBA. I don't think right now, because this is not particularly this item on the agenda, I would ask for consensus of the board to discuss utilizing them, which, I agreed with you. I was with you, and we got that pamphlet, brought it together. But definitely, I think they are someone we need to take a look at as a potential partner in education with what we do. And as you would say, a clean slate and change. Mm-hmm. So I would definitely entertain that, and if we can get consensus of the board, I would ask for that. But I'll wait till we have our comments done real quick. Ms. Wiles, you're next, and then Dr. Flores.
So I just want to start off, before I go into my comments, I just want to start off with a question, because I guess this will lead my comments. Mr. Tillman just asked for a motion. I want to try to understand, what does that motion mean?
It's normal. There's an item pulled. So I made a motion, somebody seconded it. That means the next thing after discussion is over, we're going to vote.
On the item individually?
On this item.
As pulled, okay. So there are some serious concerns, and I think, I had expressed to you, Dr. Wyatt, and another board member as well, some specific concerns. And my concerns revolve around that. And again, there's a lot of questions, and this may not be the place to, bring that out and discuss that. But if I have to, I will, right? Because it can't happen that we continue to do this, over and over and over again. I don't think it's okay. Even just the way we were going about right now, just making a motion, it's kind of like trying to jump on it before anybody else can, comment or say anything about it. And I'm trying to be very respectful, and not, saying more than I should at this point. But my concerns rely around that. So I'll just leave my comments at that for now.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I will comment on that, we are voting on a contract, which I think isn't really the conversation that you're bringing up is in regards to this, because I will also comment that when I don't reply is because there's a concern about accuracy of information. I'll say that, and that deems a deeper conversation, I would say closed session or between us, because I know what's accurate and what's not, and I will stand by the record on that. And so that's something different than I think than voting on a contract. And then I will move over to Dr. Flores.
Call for the vote.
All right, if there's no further discussion, we will vote. So let's vote. That's not it up there. All right, motion carries 4 yeas, 2 nays. We'll move on to 11.46, Dr. Flores, Loma Linda University agreement.
It's just, Dr. Rodriguez, is just clarification. I know I really appreciate Loma Linda doing the work that they do for us. And my only concern is the chronic absenteeism. I know they help us with that. And I just want to know how we're keeping them accountable, or do they report regularly? Is it monthly? Is it, how does it work? Do we give them the data and they go and then, I just need clarification.
Sure. Thank you for asking for clarification. I'm really proud of this work in the sense that we're being leaders and innovators in this work. A couple of months ago, I went to Stanford University with a cohort of assistant superintendents, and they used this program, the partnership that we have with them. They named San Bernardino and Loma Linda as a model for the rest of the state. So I was very excited about that. There's also talk of legislation that will require CHUs at all schools. So the fact that we're on it says a lot about this board's commitment to the betterment of the community. As you mentioned, in regards to the chronic absenteeism, these CHUs went out and worked with families, over 4,000 families they were able to work with, and trying to get the information as far as why students were not coming to school. And that's something that has been very difficult for us as a school district to really ascertain. We know kids are there or not there, and we don't necessarily know the real reasons. And so because of them, we're able to know that our students are missing because of health, because we know it's COVID related, mental health issues, student behaviors. Students are sent out, they don't want their student to get in trouble, so they keep them home. Family issues, custody issues, mom being sick, dad being sick, having to take care of a younger sibling. Environmental factors could be homelessness. And then also very specific parent concerns that they have. That data is hugely important. As we look at how we progress monitor this contract, we do meet with them monthly. We do work with them and we get reports from each CHU, as well as the organization as a whole that compiles that. So we're able to know month to month who they're serving, how many contacts they've made. And so that's hugely important to us. As we work and continue to work in conjunction with Loma Linda, looking at social determinants of health, knowing that that's also an obstacle to keep kids in school, they're a leader in helping us to be able to find out what other resources and referrals that we can provide to families, because we know that health is a major concern. We talked about wellness being a concern for our families, and so this corroborates that, but it also provides the services not only for the students, but for the families at large. And we know that many of our families are suffering from various illnesses, not just COVID, and so many of them don't understand necessarily where to get assistance and get help. And because of the CHOOS and their connections with Loma Linda and other medical facilities, we're able to get parents the help that they need so that they can be their best, so that they can then support their students. So it's more of a wraparound program, and it is a partnership that when we ask, they respond, and they respond in minutes, not hours, not days. Extremely responsive.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to your leadership for this, and also to know that we're the model for the state, and just needed more clarification. You know, when you see the contract, you really don't understand all the policy or the procedure or what happens, and I'm glad that they report to you monthly. So thank you very much. So moved.
Second.
And it's been moved and probably second, but I did have. No, it's okay. Clarification point on here, and I'm glad you brought it up because I'm looking at it, the staff analysis at the second paragraph down, and it's the third line down. So it talks about the program costs, a cost of $54,823.16 for the program manager, but then it says a cost of, and that's the figure there, $641,000 for program coordinator and CHOOS. So I'm just making sure. That's not the program coordinator, I'm sure, making that kind of money, because I think we'd all be saying, I'd love to be that program coordinator, but what does CHOOS incorporate? What does that mean when we say that? Because I'm trying to find it up above, and I don't see it articulated there.
A CHOO is a community health worker, and they are people from the community that are trained by Loma Linda. They actually receive a certification from them that kind of gives them expertise around the social services that are provided in the community. And so for many, it is an entry-level position and is springboard for other programming. We also hope to use them and leverage them to support us in providing and hiring additional parent advocates for us, and also to leverage their expertise in filling some of the vacancies that we have within the district, because they are so well versed in the resources that are available to the community. They do have a program manager, and not only do we receive the services from the CHOOS, but we also receive additional services in regards to professional development for our managers, GIS mapping. So we do have something in place where we're working on COVID death rates and superimposing them onto our school boundaries to determine whether there's any correlation with our chronic absenteeism and death rates in those communities, so that we can then respond more deliberately and directly to those needs versus kind of speculating what's going on there. So there's a lot of additional services that we receive because of the partnership with Loma Linda.
Well, excellent and very detailed information response. So I guess I probably should have asked on this then is, the cost of a CHOOS, how many CHOOS, I know it's kind of a funny acronym, but how many do we get for that price?
Sure, we have 8 CHOOS.
8?
So we have CHOOS in every cluster.
Gotcha, 8 CHOOS, okay. That's it for me, thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Well, when I was looking at the original contract, it said 5, but let me look back. You said there's 8 now?
Was amended, so it might be in the
Okay,
amendment.
so it might be
We
amended.
did have them in each cluster, supporting those specific school sites. We want to make sure that there's continuity in service, and so we've assigned one person to be the liaison to work with the other supporting programs that support that cluster.
I see that. So to develop 8 presentations, which is separate. So let me try to, so the thing is that, so these, if you look at the salary for the program manager, but yet you divide that, you divide the 641, are these doctorates? Are these doctors? Are these people individuals with masters? Are they where, you know, they have, you know, the specialized training, or is it just, or is it not just, but, or are they those that are part of the community that are going through training? Because it's very different, because now that I'm looking at it, it's like 100,000, well, if I divide it, because I had originally divided by 6, including the program coordinator, but if it's 8, you're saying that would be 9. You know, I would need to, yeah, so it's still a lot of money per person, so I'm wondering what are their specialties? I wasn't sure if I was able to see it in here.
And I'm trying to look it up. I'm going by just my experiences with them, and I do work closely with them. The program manager is a doctoral candidate, has various experiences working in public health as well as education, has worked with AmeriCorps, has worked with migrant students up north, has been working with Loma Linda for quite some time, and El Sol is one of the promotores in the community. We had the great fortune of inviting her over to one of our meetings as a division to talk about social determinants of health, and she went through her entire resume with us. She has the caliber of someone who could be a manager within our district as far as the expertise that she provides, the clarity, the knowledge. It's not superficial. It is extreme. The depth that she has is second to none. And I say that because I've worked with her. Now, the CHOOS, as I mentioned, it is an entry-level position. They don't need to have BAs. They don't need to have master's degrees. Those are people from our community that we train to be able to serve other people. The program manager, as we're looking at, and I think, I don't remember the number, so I'm going by memory.
Okay.
I think it's like 54,000, is that correct? Okay, 54, yeah. That amount for the work that we get from her is uncomparable. I mean, she could easily be making 100,000 in the work that she does, and the community work that she does, and the partnerships. 54,000 is extremely reasonable in the service that we're getting from them.
I guess because then when you look at, they're not necessarily working full-time. They're doing 8 meetings a year. They're getting paid quarterly. They says they'll be paid on a quarterly basis. So this is a continuous cycle. So, I mean, I get it. These are services that we definitely need by individuals that are fully trained. But for me, it's always a question of how much is too much. And, but I know that if they're providing, good outcomes, that's helping our district, and that makes sense.
All righty, great discussion, and thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for very detailed information again.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second, I believe, already, right?
Oh, okay,
So
sorry.
let's go ahead and vote, folks. All right, it's a 5-1 vote, so motion carries. We'll move on to 11.58, and that one was my item that I pulled. I won't be recusing myself, but I will abstain from the vote. There is no cost to it, but as I am a San Mateo County Superintendent employee, just want to make sure that we're transparent about that. But so I won't recuse, but I will abstain.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries 5 yay and 1 abstention. We'll move on now to 12.0, 12.1, review of board requests. Ms. Ontiveros.
Good evening, Board. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I do want to take a moment to thank the wonderful David Chavez and the Wizard of Oz behind the door back here, Daniel Tisdale, because they're the magic behind the video that you saw. So I want to give credit where that's due. Thank you. I agree. So. The request that I caught for you this evening, first, Mr. Tillman asked that we would agendize and review a plan for spending the remaining ESSER dollars and LCAP carryover, which should include investments in wellness centers. There was another conversation a little bit later where there was a discussion about doing that at a special board meeting after the unaudited actuals are presented and evaluating what other school needs might happen. So there was consensus on a special board meeting. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked if we would establish a schedule for presenting progress on the KPI goals throughout the year, or the key metrics. Dr. Barbara Flores asked if we would encourage the team to pursue more than 5% improvement in the chronic absenteeism number. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina recommended that we that even though we have wellness services at all schools, that we really work toward creating wellness center spaces, and that be part of our plan, especially at the high schools. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that the board, that we would provide the board with the cost, timelines, and a space analysis for developing wellness center places at our schools so that we would have a clear picture of what that looks like. Dr. Rogers also asked if we would update on the plans for the Welcoming Resource Center and the centralized wellness center that's part of that facility. Dr. Rogers asked if we would then provide a baseline for the key metrics in those goals presentations so that we know where we're starting from. Dr. Wyatt asked that we would create a form to capture board rankings for the search firms, tabulate those, and notify the board on the results or the top 3. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for a report. You did ask a little bit about the nutrition services in the policy, but I think that was answered in the course of the meeting. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we report on how LCAP has been used to limit dual language combo classes. I'm pretty sure that was. You also asked, I'm sorry? Mitigate them, yes. Okay. I'll change that. And then Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would organize the agenda so it was clear that they were grouped by division. You asked that we would include ICUC students as well in the Wellness Center task force or planning processes. Mr. Danny Tillman asked about just reminded the staff to include a third option on the permission slips for the COVID testing so that parents can give permission for the one time only as opposed to having to do it for the whole year. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would evaluate needs for our COVID management to ensure that we've planned for enough support. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would ask for an update on changes in COVID case rates and the health impacts of those case rates, and specifically mentioned death rates from COVID. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would ensure parent engagement is encouraged in person as well as online as we're learning to live with COVID. Dr. Gwen Rogers encouraged everybody to attend our wellness conference. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just to also include that we are not, that there is nothing in place that prohibits parents from participating. I guess that was more of a question that I had. There's nothing in place that the district has from prohibiting any parents from participating in person.
Okay.
So I guess that's a question for, yeah.
Nothing prohibits, okay. Okay, I think I caught that one. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we would encourage the staff to attend the County Wellness Conference next year when that comes up. I put question marks after this because I didn't capture this whole thought, and I think you said investigate comfort dogs. Did I?
Yes, there was a request that came to us, and I think Dr. Rodriguez has it.
Okay.
Comfort dogs it's a specific school that requested it, but I don't know how far we want to take it out.
So I just said investigate comfort dog services. And then right after that, which is because I know you went right into this, was to update on the student board member selection process. I think you mentioned student voice, but I kind of wrapped that in with the request, or Ms. Ceballos asked about the student voice, and I think you said student voice, and Dr. Wyatt asked about the student board members, so I talked about the selection process and the responsibilities of our student board members. Ms. Myris, Dr. Scott Wyatt then asked that we would investigate artificial intelligence as a possible career pathway. Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would ensure that there are no students on the CAPS waiting list and inform the board if in fact there was. And then Dr. Rogers, also echoed by Dr. Wyatt, asked that we would provide or bring back some clarity around the legal contracts and what cases they handle for the district. And I think that was all 27 of them.
And the promotion of the mental wellness centers, remember, just somehow you guys are going to do that so they know what we have currently. And, you know, just as a clarification again, it'd be nice to put the 988 number on the district website.
I think we have corrected the 988.
Move to adjourn.
I do want to say, Dr. Sullins, you did amazing today. Thank you.
You promoted him to doctor, too.
I know
I
I
like
did, 'cause
that.
he's in-
Wow,
he's
that's
in
how
the-
good he
he's in
did.
the
That
highest
is how
position.
good you did, Dr. Sollins. I like that. You know, what do we call that when a college does that? Honorary, absolutely. Well, folks, good evening. We made it. We didn't make it till tomorrow, which is a blessing. And just want to say best wishes, many personal blessings to our staff, students, families in the new year. May we have an outstanding year ahead of us. Good night.